Before I I declare open this hearing of the Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport References Committee for its inquiry into the Australian Winegrape Purchasers Code of Conduct. For the benefit of you all, I'm the Chair, Senator Matthew Canavan. I'm joined in the room today by the Deputy Chair, Senator Stirl, Senator Colbeck and Senators Pocock and Wish-Wilson. I remind all that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses have the right to be heard in camera as well. Before we start, I would like to remind everyone that these are official parliamentary proceedings, a Hansard record will be prepared, and the discussions are being broadcast. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it insists on an answer having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, the witness can request to be heard in camera. I remind all members and witnesses, if you are appearing on teleconference, could you mute your microphones when you are not speaking, and thank you very much. And now I welcome via video conference Professor Kym Anderson. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Professor Kym Anderson from the Wine Economics Research Centre at the University of Adelaide.
Thank you very much, and we've got, I think, a submission or certainly a paper I've seen of yours, so thank you very much for that. Do you have an opening statement to sort of set the scene for us before we go to questions?
No, I'm happy to wait for questions.
Right, well, I might just kick off. I saw in your paper, this is just so you have the reference, it's titled Australia's Wine Industry Crisis and Ways Forward. Just a few months ago. I noticed that you did make the point that there is a long-term structural, I think, surplus. So you've just a long-term structural imbalance you've described it as, which I think you are referring to a red wine surplus there. What do you think needs to be done to reduce that surplus? And I suppose in particular for us, is there a government role here to help balance the market?
Well, in other countries, the government has interfered in cases where there is a big surplus, as there is at the moment, not only in Australia, but globally for red wine. Australian governments have chosen not to do that, and I think there are good reasons to not do it. One is that this is a market activity. The ownership of those surpluses are not necessarily grape growers or even winemakers. They could be commercial operations that store wine and sell it, and they've taken a commercial decision to put that wine into storage and find a market. So to interfere would be simply to upset that commercial activity. The only way this surplus is going to otherwise decline, I think, is as the market grows domestically or, more importantly, internationally, and as freight rates drop. So that's been a big issue for holders of stocks over the last 3 or 4 years, has been this high price of freight, so that that makes the Australian product not able to compete in places such as California for selling that surplus.
Okay. And look, just before we keep going, we've just got some media in the room, as long as everyone's happy with that. I've got to just quote you here, though, in your paper. You say the federal government should subsidise at least part of its disposal. I think you're referring to the stocks, the surplus stocks there. Others point out that several other industries were hurt by China's recent coercion, would too demand compensation. So do you think that as a result of the trade restrictions that China placed on our wine, there's a case for the federal government to help deal with at least the surplus associated with that?
No, I think we're past that stage now. The Chinese market is again open and seems to be receptive to Australian wine once more. That means that some firms who have gone offshore to find grapes and sell wine to China potentially can come back now. So I think that situation is past and it's time to move on, and hopefully the market will continue to absorb some of that surplus in the weeks and months ahead.
Okay, all right. I mean, there does seem to be, we've heard some evidence that there's an issue that in some of these areas, particularly the drier, warmer climates, there are contracts which maintain a guaranteed level of volume of grapes in an area, and there seems to be some rigidities here in moving away from such contracts to perhaps a lower volume. Have you looked at those issues at all in those growing regions, and what do you think needs to happen then to rebalance if needed?
Yes, I'm not privy to the commercial arrangements there, but CCW in the Riverland has about 500 members, and they do have access to, they do have a contract with Accolade, so that is a rigid arrangement, as you put it, and that certainly is a limitation on adjustment, because those growers that supply to that market are hoping, I suppose, that the prices will return to profitability, if not this year, then next year, and so on. And so they delay their decision to adjust out of the industry, even if that might be in their best long-run interests. Okay.
And I mean, you do state in the paper too that you think that, it says here, Australia should reduce its bearing area of red wine grapes by as much as 30%. You do go on to say the problem is insufficient marketing. So you think we can deal with this issue by greater marketing of the grapes? There's a potential for that, you believe?
Yes, that quote of 30% was
wine,
from
I
others.
Should say. Yep. Sorry.
Yes, it wasn't my prediction that we need that much out of the ground.
Right.
But if marketing can be improved in its efficiency, then that is one option for growers in the short term. In the long term, it's investing more in R&D to lower costs and so on. But the short-term issue is dependent on that marketing, and it's not only marketing from Wine Australia, but also from regions and from individual firms, and working together. That effort just has to be increased if we're going to compete with areas like Bordeaux, for example, where they have much bigger budgets per dollar of or per tonne of wine grapes than Australia has at the moment.
Okay. Look, I've got some other questions on the levy that you've had findings on, but I might just rotate the call. Senator Pocock, have you got questions?
Thanks for being here, Professor Anderson. I know you will know as a South Australian that there are farmers and grape growers all across the Riverland who we've heard evidence from, who can't put food on the table. Their health, their mental health certainly is at risk. Their communities are changing. We've got some very big buyers facing a lot of very small players. What do you think is critical to shift in terms of government policy to help those communities, those farmers survive?
Well, I think the government has done quite a bit already, so both the South Australian government and the federal government, and those various measures have been very clearly put on websites. Growers are aware of it. They've been made aware of it through their associations and so on. And that is part of a generic way of helping difficult situations. It applies to other products, not just to wine grapes. And that's the appropriate way to do this. There's no reason why to specialise, to focus especially on one particular product if this is a general problem that applies in various rural regions from time to time. So the issue is horrible, and people are struggling financially and mentally, and thankfully these services are in place, and hopefully if they weren't enough, then governments would step forward and provide a bit more of that. But the situation you describe of a very large number of small producers facing a small number of processors or wineries, large ones, is a situation I don't think that will change. That is the nature of the industry. It's similar in other countries. And small people who get into this game are often there on a part-time basis. They might be professionals in a high-income situation elsewhere and are just doing this as a hobby. So that continues, and even in the Riverland, a lot of these folks who are got less than 10 hectares of wine grapes are dependent on other things, oranges or whatever, as a part of their income, and quite often for off-farm earnings as the rest of their income. So it's a situation that's likely to continue. We're seeing some adjustment as growers are choosing to sell out to their neighbour or sell out their water to neighbours and just lease it and so on. So some of it is going on. It's just that we're not seeing a big reduction yet in the total acreage in the ground, although there may be a significant reduction in the harvested acreage as people choose not to harvest if they think the current price they're going to get won't cover the cost of harvesting.
Do we have good data on the average income of wine growers in the Riverland?
There are data in the ABS on incomes of various enterprises. I've looked at those data and I don't think they're reliable enough to tell us what's really going on. We certainly have income from wine grapes data in the sense that we know what the crush is and volume is and what the price is that farmers are receiving in particular regions. So those data are available, but as I said, some of these people have a large proportion of their income coming from other sources, not from wine grapes.
So you were commissioned by the Viticulture and Wine Sector Working Group to write an independent review, as I understand it, into the current crisis. And you made the point that it's often in a crisis that unpopular measures need to be considered, and ideas that have been kicked down the road in the past come forward for real consideration. One of the changes we've heard about is moving from the voluntary to a mandatory code. That was a recommendation made 20 years ago now. What's your current thinking about the code and whether it should be mandatory or voluntary?
Well, my impressions are formed mainly by the ACCC's 2 reports of recent times and whatever one can read in the media, but the voluntary code has been improved, I think, over recent years, and everybody seems to think that these have been significant improvements. Not to say that it's the perfect situation, but one has to think of what would be the negatives if it was made mandatory. I don't have a strong view on this. I have been a grower and have had these contracts myself. I know how uncertain they are in terms of being likely to be held up in law and so on. But if they were made mandatory, I guess that would add incentives to big producers of wine, big wineries, to either increase more of their own grapes in their total production, for example, rather than buying if they didn't like the mandatory code. We also have seen evidence during these past 4 years of the bigger firms looking to purchase grapes in other countries to supply their labels into export markets, partly to get around the China tariffs. So the fact that grapes themselves are not traded internationally doesn't mean that grape growers are not subject to international competition, just the same as wineries are. So there is potentially some downward risk if the mandatory code happened to be so strong as to encourage those producers to move away from buying wine grapes from independent growers. I'm not saying that's necessarily a large force, I just don't know how large it would be, but it's something to keep in mind. If it were to go mandatory, then strong consultations would be needed, I think, with all players in the value chain, just to make sure that there isn't something silly introduced into that mandatory code that makes it more less effective than the current voluntary code.
I guess, it makes sense, of course, to watch out for unintended consequences, but I don't hear in what you're saying an argument against a mandatory code. I hear an argument in favour of consultation to make it right. What about your views on concentration in this sector? It is an incredibly concentrated sector on the wine buyer side. Most economists will say that has impacts on the fairness of the operation of a market. What do you think is going on here, and is it a fair? Are those wine purchasers using their power appropriately?
Well, it obviously is more so the case the more concentrated is the winery part of the value chain, and therefore the purchasing power of those firms. I mean, obviously there are smaller firms. It's not as if there aren't smaller firms who buy grapes. There's plenty of ones in the areas close to Adelaide that may have 300 growers supplying them, and they're not considered large producers of wine. So there is competition out there in that sense, but it's certainly true that the very largest producers of wine and the retailers of wine who are now also getting into producing grapes and producing wine. That degree of imbalance is certainly there. There's no doubt about that. What could be done about it is a separable issue, and I'm just not sure that there's an obvious way of trying to force that into a different situation. The only thing one can do is hope that there's transparency on the part of those buyers of grapes in their dealings with their grape grower suppliers, and that there's the best available price information for them, for example. But price information is very difficult to supply in advance because for the 60% of wine that is exported from Australia, it's dependent on so many things that are uncertain. So the poor old winery who's going to spend another 2 years making that wine, storing it, getting it ready for sale and so on, are going to have to wait until that final sale before they know. And as we've seen, you can get shocks like COVID or China tariffs or whatever that come along in the interim between buying those grapes and turning it into a profitable sale of wine.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Dr. Anderson, Professor Anderson.
Okay. Any other Senator Wilson?
Yeah, just so I suppose then, if export prices are highly correlated to the kind of contract prices that we're seeing, that things like exchange rates would feed into that as well. It wouldn't necessarily just be contracted prices. Is that your understanding?
Absolutely. There's a number of determinants that are going to affect that eventual grower price, and a lot of those things are future uncertainties, like how exchange rates are going to move. But there are other things like consumer sentiment. The election of President Trump has lowered confidence of consumers, for example, around the world. That affects the market. There are lots of other things. The tariff on China is an example of things that can be thrown at people and then suddenly it's taken away and there's a change in circular. There are so many things that are difficult to track or to anticipate into the future that will affect what is a reasonable price to pay for the grapes today, for example.
Kym, have you done any analysis, or are you aware of any analysis on the spot price for bulk wine, which I understand is actively traded, and the contract prices that are provided, in the say 3 months or 6 months prior to the negotiated prices? Like how effective is the spot price as a leading indicator for contract prices?
I haven't analysed that. That's a good empirical question to look at. But that spot market, of course, is only a small fraction of the total bulk market
Do you know what
purchasing.
That is? So, have you got any estimates on what that is as a matter of interest? Because I do note that in the ACCC submission they talked about there are different contracts where you can actually you can sell into the spot market, or you can take a fixed price contract.
Yes. That's a gamble that other rural producers face. For example, a grain grower can decide whether to sell immediately after harvest or store on farm for a while, or store in the big silo at the port for a while before they sell. It's a commercial decision that's made by those grain growers, and it's the same here, where a grape grower can make a decision to sell on the spot market immediately if their contract allows that, or to go with whatever price is being offered by the contractor. So one would want to leave that flexibility there, I think. Individual circumstances would determine whether somebody wants the cash up front or wait 6 more months to get the final payment from the contracting winery, for example, if they had to wait until September for their final price.
Well, that was going to be my next question. I suppose, is there a spot market? I mean, there isn't in Tasmania where I've been a wine grower, but is there a spot market for grapes per se? Because obviously then a winery's they've got to be collected, they've got to be assessed and then processed into bulk wine, or are we just dealing with a spot price for bulk wine here, where invariably part of that supply chain and the cost of that is going to be covered by a winemaker or a contract winemaker?
Yes, it's going to be a difficult situation. I mean, if it's a spot sale by a grape grower, they've got hours, rather, at days at best, to try and sell it. So
that's right.
They are in a very vulnerable situation.
Yeah, fragile product.
Yes, but is there are you aware if there is a spot market for grapes, but rather than bulk wine?
Well, as far as I know, yes, there's people who are always willing to scrape the bottom of the barrel here and get the lowest price they can and turn it into something. Yeah, I don't know how large that is, I'm sorry.
Okay, interesting. The ACCC submission to us, obviously they made a number of recommendations around the market study that you alluded to, but recommendation 6 is still hasn't been acted on by the wine industry, where grapes purchased from warm climate regions, wine grape buyers would be required to provide information on the prices they've paid for grapes to Wine Australia, and that Wine Australia should aggregate and publish this. So, it's not in disaggregated form, so there's no commercial in confidence conflicts there. It's just an average price. How inefficient is this process if we can't get that kind of basic information?
Yes, I'm not aware of to what extent that has already happened, but that is one way one could try and pull stuff together. I don't know how expensive it would be to collate all that and put it up on a website and change it on a daily basis or whatever. But I'm not sure how that would help the average grower who's going to have to make a decision to sell in a pretty short time frame. But it would be.
It would probably help their, a big group like CCW, no doubt, who are.
Yes.
They're constantly in negotiations and looking at price and volume variations.
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm not aware of how that's been happening and to what extent it's being effective at the moment.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. That's all for my chair.
Thank you, Senator Wish-Wilson. Any other senators? Look, I just wanted to ask you, I think in your paper you did raise the prospect of raising the levy. Just wanted to maybe explore what you thought the benefit of that and what it would potentially go towards.
Sure. Well, I was a board member for what was the Grape and Wine Research and Development Corporation before it was absorbed into Wine Australia, so I was aware of the difficulty there is in trying to raise or alter a levy structure. We went through that process more than a decade ago now, and only managed to get the winemakers to raise their levy and not the grape growers. So for that particular part of Wine Australia's work, which is the long-term development of the industry, it doesn't help in the short term, of course, but in the long term, building that research budget is important, and growers understandably don't want to try and raise it, don't want to see a levy raised in a difficult environment that they're currently in. On the other hand, those things, a crisis is sometimes the best time to try and do this. Anyway, it's up to the growers to decide to do that, and the other big levy has to do with the marketing budget for Wine Australia. And as I mentioned earlier, I think expanding that is essential to expand our market share, particularly in countries like the US, where it has declined enormously over the past 20 years. So we were lucky. We had free publicity 20 years ago with Robert Parker giving high scores to Australian red wines. When that turned around after the GFC, and we weren't getting that free publicity anymore. That's when we saw this big decline in our efforts there, and we didn't compensate by building up our own expenditure on marketing. So raising the marketing levy would allow that budget to expand. It's tiny compared with what comes out of Europe, for example. I've done some comparisons of that. And the R&D levy itself is very leading to very much an under-investment in R&D because we have these very high returns from current research efforts. So raising that is not going to be an easy exercise either for those levies, but the structure of the levies also could change even if the levy revenue didn't change. It's currently based on a volume in the case of the R&D levy, and changing that to a value-based levy would at least allow the levy revenue to grow if and when prices rise.
Okay. I'm unfamiliar with the wine or the grape industry. To increase the levy, is it the same sort of arrangement? There'd need to be a vote of levy payers and for them to tick off on that? Okay.
That's right.
All right. Okay. All right. Well, look, I'm out of questions and I don't think there's any more, but thank you again, Professor Anderson, for the information you provided this committee. It's very helpful. I don't think you took anything on notice. No. Well, if you have any further information to provide for us, we're asking for that by midday Tuesday, the 11th of February. Thank you again and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you. I might just briefly suspend. We're all ready. I will reconvene, and I now welcome representatives from the ACCC and the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestries. I understand the information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses has been provided to you, and I just remind senators that we have resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions to a superior officer or to a minister. For the record, could you please all state your names and the capacity in which you appear today? I'll start on my right and then we'll go down to the gentleman on video conference, so Mr Munyard.
Thanks, Senator. So my name's Panos Munyard. I'm the Acting General Manager of the Small Business and Agriculture branch of the ACCC.
Thank you. Mick Keogh, Deputy Chair, ACCC.
Thank you.
Matt Lowe, I'm the Deputy Secretary of the Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry Policy Group at the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry.
Joanna Stanyan, First Assistant Secretary, Agricultural Policy Division, Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry.
Sean McIntyre, I'm the Director of Wine and Horticulture Policy at the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry.
Thank you. And is it Mr Denny on teleconference?
Yes, it is. Good morning, Senator and committee. Paul Denny, I'm the Assistant Secretary of the Food Policy Branch in the Department.
Great, thank you all for being here. Now, would you like to make an opening statement from either organisation?
We would, yes.
Okay, Mr Lowe, we'll start with you.
Thank you. On behalf of the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, I'd like to thank the committee for the opportunity to appear before you today. As stated earlier, I'm the Deputy Secretary of the Department's Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry Policy Group and joined here by a number of my colleagues. We welcome the opportunity to expand on the issues that we've identified in our submission and assist the committee in this inquiry. As the Australian Government lead for grape and wine policy, our department supports the profitability productivity, resilience and sustainability of growers, winemakers and broader sector participants. The Department maintains strong relationships across government and with industry to understand how the grape and wine sector is operating domestically and internationally. The Department also represents Australian interests in international fora such as the World Wine Trade Group and the International Organisation of Vine and Wine. The Department's work is complemented by the sector's Research and Development Corporation, or RDC, Wine Australia. Wine Australia is the statutory authority for the sector and is established under the Wine Australia Act 2013. The Department provides ongoing investment via matched levy payer funding for Wine Australia to carry out its research, regulatory and promotional responsibilities to the sector. We work closely with Wine Australia on a day-to-day basis, including coordinating grants, investigating export consignment issues, seeking Wine Australia's expert advice on export regulation and participating in international fora together. We also engage regularly with Australian Grape and Wine, the National Association for Winegrape and Wine Producers, as the representative organisation for winegrape and wine producers under the Wine Australia Act. We understand the inquiry is considering the adequacy of representation within the sector. The Department recognises that this is an important issue, but we maintain this is primarily a matter which industry must resolve. The Department recognises that many wine regions, particularly the commercial inland regions, are facing significant challenges following the impacts of natural disasters, shifts in consumption and the temporary effective closure of the Chinese market. These conditions have created an imbalance between supply and demand for Australian wine. The Department's focus in responding to current challenges has been multifaceted. First, we recognise the importance of supporting the sector to build long-term sustainable demand for Australian wine through market diversification and expansion. Introducing and establishing Australia's world-class wine to new markets will help redress the imbalance between supply and demand over the long run. For example, the Department's Agricultural Trade and Market Access Cooperation Program has supported industry in exploring new markets, promoting Australian wine abroad and building much-needed diversity in the demand for our great Australian wines. The Department also assists delivering positive trade outcomes and improved market access for the sector through successful recent trade negotiations and a focus on new and emerging markets, including the India-Australia Joint Dialogue on Wine. The Department acknowledges that market diversification and expansion is a long-term solution, and we are keenly aware that the ongoing oversupply has exacerbated long-standing competition and fair trading issues in the sector. This issue was identified as a priority through the Viticulture and Wine Sector Working Group, which was convened by Agriculture Ministers in March last year. Evidence received from the working group consultations and expert analysis from industry led ministers to accept a recommendation to investigate the regulatory options available to improve fair trading, competitive relationships, contracting practices and risk allocation across the wine and grape sector value chain from vineyard to retail shelf. In response to the working group's findings, on the 23rd of August 2024, Minister Collins, the Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, announced the appointment of Dr Craig Emerson to lead an independent impact analysis of the wine and grape sector's regulatory options and to examine whether there is a market failure. Dr Emerson's report and recommendations to government are expected to be provided early this year. I welcome questions from senators. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr Lowe. And Mr Keogh, did you have an opening statement?
Yes. Please.
Okay, over to you.
Good morning, Chair and Senators. As the committee will be aware, the ACCC conducted a self-initiated market study into the Australian wine grape sector in 2018-2019. Following the market study, the ACCC conducted a further investigation into alleged unfair contract terms in grape supply agreements. In June 2020, the ACCC announced that as a result of this investigation, several large winemakers had agreed to amend their contracts to address the ACCC concerns in a range of areas. More recently, in December 2021, the ACCC released its follow-up report assessing the industry's progress in implementing the recommendations from the ACCC's market study. The ACCC's previous findings and recommendations are summarised in our written submission to the committee. Our submission also highlights developments in the market since the release of that follow-up report. It is important to note the ACCC does not have any oversight over the voluntary code of conduct for Australian wine grape purchases. However, the ACCC may occasionally deal with issues in the grape and wine sector as part of its economy-wide functions, including merger assessments, competition matters and enforcing small business and consumer protection under the Australian consumer law. To date, the ACCC has not recommended the introduction of a mandatory code for wine grape purchases. Since 2021, the ACCC has not conducted an in-depth review of issues affecting producers, and we consider the current review the best placed to assess the need for and potential impact of a mandatory code. As highlighted in the ACCC's submission, a mandatory code should only be implemented where there is clear evidence of significant market failures causing harm to businesses. Whether this threshold is met is ultimately a matter for government, but we would stress the importance of consulting broadly with industry participants on any recommended changes, including to the current voluntary code. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Keogh. I might go to the Deputy Chair, Senator Stirl, first.
Thanks, Chair. Mr Lowe, I come to you. Now, we know the China trade's back open, and as you said, can you paint a picture for us exactly how it's looking compared to how it was before it shut off? Because we're hearing different stories.
Yeah, fantastic. I might start off and then pass to my team, but obviously at a high level, the China trade situation resulted in about a $1 billion reduction in trade value, which was a significant impact for the industry. Information that we provided in our submission is saying that for the 6 months since the trade resumed, there's been about a $600 million impact in terms of return to value. Increase, yeah. So I might pass to the team just to see if there's any further they want to add.
Yeah, so the latest figures have just been released by Wine Australia, and they show that exports to China have increased to $900 million since trade resumed in March.
Now 900 million?
Now 900 million.
Okay.
Although that's sort of in line with before the sanctions or before the tariffs, it's unclear whether or not this is an indication of sustained demand or whether this is just still refilling the pipeline. I think we're still, 3 to 6 months away from understanding the long-term trends in China.
So when, it was 1 billion, we're now 900 million. So am I right to assume that it's equivalent, or not equivalent, what's I'm looking for, it's relevant to how it was before? I mean, I've heard other people say, and this is going back to a few months ago last year, oh yes, it's resumed, but it's not great because it's more bulk or it's more something else. Is it as clear as that? Is that a clear question? Because I'm starting to confuse myself.
Yeah.
If it was 1 billion, it's now 900 million. You say, geez, it's 9/10 better than what it was, and we're nearly back there. Is that what it is?
In broad dollar terms, I think roughly yes. I think
in volume. Sorry, is it in volume too? Is it
in volume
reflecting with the growers and the winemakers?
I'd have to take that one on notice. Yeah. But in terms of value, yes. But as I said, it's unclear whether or not that's sustained. We've got Chinese New Year has just occurred, so we presume a lot of that was stocking up in anticipation for that. So we need to see whether or not the orders continue now that we've had sort of their festive season in China and the demand is actually sustained.
Sure, because what I'm trying to get to is, was the $1 billion before, does it equate to the same litrage as we're looking at now? That's what I'm trying to say. Or is I'm getting clear in my head now, sorry, it's Friday. Or is the rate far reduced, which makes the $900 million not quite as attractive as we think it might have been?
Yeah.
Do you have any info on that?
Just see if Mr. Denny has some figures there.
No, I'm just looking at the volume figure. I don't have the volume figures in that comparative data, but certainly the value is now back to where it was at its peak on a monthly level. You know, if you look at pro rata level, at that monthly level, the dollar terms are similar to what they were at its peak in August 2021.
Oh, well, that's good. That's a plus. Okay, thanks. Now, in terms of, Mr. Lowe, in your opening statement, you talked about other markets, and you mentioned the India-Australia wine conversations, whatever it is. What else? What other markets are opening up for our growers and our winemakers?
So in India, as you mentioned, pardon me, is a key one. The other thing I think would be worth just mentioning is the work that we've funded looking to diversify markets further. You would have heard Professor Anderson talk about the US market. As part of a $3.5 million package, we provided funding to support further diversification into that market. And then I might pass to the team just to talk about some of the other markets that we've been pursuing as well.
Yeah, and through that package we funded staff in China to ensure that that market would open up as efficiently as possible, as well as staff in Japan as a really important...
Where?
Japan.
Japan, sorry. Okay.
That's also an important market. We've made strides in other Southeast Asian markets.
So sorry to interrupt, Mr. McIntyre, because of the time. When we say we're making strides, we're actually getting wine on the ground?
Of course.
Yep, good. Yep, okay.
We are. So they're the key markets that Australian wine is looking to explore at the moment.
Japan and other Asian markets. What other Asian markets?
Korea, Malaysia.
Are these all new ones?
Thailand.
Okay. Are these all new ones that we've gone out and found since we got kicked out of China?
We've been looking to increase our trade with those nations.
Good. Okay. Thanks. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Sterle. I'm going to go Senator Colbeck.
Yeah, look, I was going to explore exactly that, what those other markets are. We heard earlier about the issues around, I suppose, the viability of some of those markets in terms of transport costs, California being one where any part of the supply chain is too expensive, it puts you out of the market. Are there any issues in relation to any of those other markets we're looking at where our competitiveness or our viability in those markets is an issue?
In terms of costs,
yep.
Senator?
That's the metric it usually comes back down to, isn't it? I mean,
yeah.
you might have a place in a particular price, in certain price points in the market, but I mean, the market that we're talking about, where the stress is in that what's been termed commercial wine for us, so it's lower cost, large volume. I'm just curious as to where our competitiveness is in those markets. We can do a lot of marketing, but if the price doesn't stack up, it makes it very difficult.
Yeah, I'm not aware, Senator, of particular kind of, if you like, cost issues, and we're talking commercial wine in particular here. Yeah, I'm not aware in those markets, but we can take that on notice. I'll just see if the team has anything further.
I mean, that's the pressure point in the market here in Australia. That's where a lot of the conversations we're having have stemmed from. And if we're looking to relieve that through development growth in other markets, and that's been the conversation around how it might relieve rather than reducing our output.
Yeah.
We need to be competitive in those markets.
Yeah.
Did you want to add something?
No, the US is a very competitive market. It has, it's probably the most lucrative market in the world, so every single country wants to go there. There's some issues around the model there with the 3 tiers that can make it difficult for Australia to compete. Also, the world is in an oversupply situation in general, so different countries have different cost structures, and that's no different to any other commodity where we need to compete with other countries to get access to markets.
In terms of those that we're talking about, you mentioned India and some of the Southeast Asian markets. Well, India, I would have thought, would be a developing market in terms of consumption even. It's Southeast Asia be in a similar boat? That, you know, they're not necessarily traditional wine consuming markets, so we're looking to develop a market there. Yeah. Are there particular elements that we need to be considering as part of that process?
I think you're right. More broadly, I guess looking at the demographics, you've got a growing middle class in those markets, and I think looking to engage in, you know, more premium kind of food and beverage more generally. So wine represents a significant opportunity in those markets, and we've seen that in terms of our opportunities in those markets as well.
Yeah, but you mentioned the word premium. We're still looking at a mismatch where we're, you know.
Yeah, so, and premium wine being a premium product more generally, sorry, okay. So not differentiating between commercial and premium wine in this case. Yeah. But Paul, did you want to add?
I was just going to add that, yes, India has huge potential as a market for it, given the size of its population, as you said, growing middle class, growing workforce participation as well. And that's why we established the joint dialogue with India, specifically on wine. And we are building a relationship with India because it's not going to be an immediate market that delivers lots of benefits necessarily in the short term, but it's more of a long-term gain. And probably the main issues in dealing with those markets are about the different regulatory arrangements that might be in place in those destinations, whether it's about labelling or winemaking practices. So they're the sorts of issues that we talk to those trading partners about, both bilaterally, but also in multilateral forums like the World Wine Trade Group and the OIV.
Having had a couple of, or one particular experience in India myself, what about cultural? Yes,
definitely. Alcohol's still prohibited in many states of India, and there are really, at this point, 2 or 3 states which represent the bulk of the consumption in India. So when we talk about India at the moment, we are really talking about 2 or 3 specific markets within India. And so, yes, that is certainly one of the challenges for the wine industry.
Okay, thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Colbeck. Senator Pocock.
Thank you. Thank you for your submissions. Mr Keogh, if I can come to your submission. We've heard a lot of evidence in the Riverland, in particular in South Australia, about the state of those communities. People are really struggling to get food on the table, big health issues in those communities, young growers who are looking at very big purchases and really concerned about unfair terms. I'm the granddaughter of a blocky from Barmera, and a lot of those farmers went in good faith after World War I into very small acreages, and that's the price we're paying for a structure that's inappropriate, probably, some would say, for the modern world. You point in your submission to the fact that in 2015, when you did your last study, the average, 93%, I think you said, of growers in warm climate regions like Renmark or the Riverland in South Australia were unprofitable then. That's an incredible statistic, and you point to problems exactly like we heard in December, exactly the same problems. Quality assessment that's used against growers who are delivering a perishable product and very vulnerable at the moment of delivery, price transparency challenges, contracting practices that are unfair. Most growers, small business, facing very variable price agreements and big buyers. And you also go on to talk about competition and the voluntary code. What's your thinking right now about what the story is on people who are that 93% figure 10 years later? What's that looking like? And should we be taking action? Because what I'm getting as a South Australian senator is a lot of very frustrated, careful producers facing a market where they don't control much, doing their absolute best, and they're seeing senators and parliamentary inquiry after inquiry and not much changing. So their question to me this morning on the radio is, what are you going to do that's different? So I'm asking you, are we at a moment where we actually are going to do something differently?
Thank you very much for that question, Senator Pocock. I'm certainly aware of the issues you speak of. We've, on a number of occasions, been present in those locations and heard very directly of the concerns. In relation to wine and the warm grape, grape areas, we haven't revisited those issues since 2021, as we indicated. So I would prefer not to try to assess or understand exactly what the situation is at the present time. And it's, our responsibility is in relation to competition in markets and how well markets are working. So whilst we did comment on that situation in 2018, we haven't revisited that information. It's probably outside our responsibility in that respect. So I wouldn't comment on what the situation is at the moment. It hasn't been a focus that we've returned to.
But there's no good news, is there? We've just spent the last few minutes talking about the recovery after the circumstances in the China shutdown. Things are more difficult, if anything, since you did your last review. And as I see your submission, you're saying a couple of things about, for example, moving to a mandatory code to give a bit more protection for competition for suppliers. And one was to watch out for unintended consequences, and the other was, will you have the resources at the ACCC to actually give backing to a mandatory code? Do they remain your concerns in relation to the mandatory code?
Well, the decision on whether or not a mandatory code should be implemented is the government decision, and the government has a framework that they assess that. So that really isn't an issue before. We have, for example, in our dairy inquiry in 2016, that was following on from the dairy situation in 2016. Under Section 95, we had information gathering powers, and we could go into a great deal of detail about the situation in the industry, and that led to a recommendation in that inquiry for a mandatory code. We haven't been asked to conduct the same sort of inquiry in relation to the wine grape sector, so we haven't been able to use information gathering powers or get into the nitty-gritty of the situation. We did our inquiry in 2018 on a voluntary basis. In other words, the information that we were able to obtain was voluntary, not mandatory. We noted the problems with issues of competition at that stage and indicated that we could see the possibility that a mandatory code might be needed, but we haven't revisited that in any formal sense. So we returned in 2021 and saw the improvements that were made, and that certainly gave some indication of progress, but again, we haven't gone back since then and had another look at the situation.
So many questions, but when you look at the mandatory code, for example, in dairy and in other places where you see it underway, do you see benefits? What's your bottom line assessment of what difference
certainly in the dairy industry, and that code is subject to review this coming year, in fact, but certainly our understanding from industry participants in the dairy industry is that that code has brought significant benefits to the nature of the contracting negotiations and arrangements between dairy farmers and dairy processors. Depends whether you recall the situation in 2016 or not, but the situation then was that for a whole range of reasons, the contracts between dairy farmers and dairy processors were enormously unbalanced. They gave considerable discretion to dairy processors in terms of pricing, and didn't really balance that, if you like, in terms of the rights that dairy farmers had. The mandatory code has changed that by introducing written milk supply agreements and a formal requirement to publish prices on the 1st of June each year, so that dairy farmers have 30 days to decide where they're going to supply their milk to, and see the competition that is available. The difficulty in the warm grape regions is, of course, that most of the production decisions start in winter when pruning occurs, and then fertilising, etc., etc. And the pricing information only really becomes available in December. So you've got this mismatch in timing between when producers have to make their production decisions and when they get an indication of what the likely price will be. And certainly that is a very difficult issue to try and resolve.
And do you see the producers' evidence to us of seeking earlier indications in September, for example, late September, where all that the pricing offers are on the table simultaneously, openly available to growers so that they are well informed in their decision making? Do you see validity in what they're asking for there?
You have to design a system, and you have to think about the implications of it, as we've indicated. But certainly we indicated in our inquiry in 2018 and subsequently in 2021 that we saw merit in better mechanisms to indicate to producers what their pricing would be. We also sought to assist that in some respects by having more transparency around the pricing that applied in the previous year. The difficulty is if you, for example, it could be that if you require pricing early in the season, the smaller wine producers would have difficulty in doing that because they wouldn't have the resources and they may not have the contracts locked in to be able to do that. So there's all those trade-offs that need to be made in thinking about it. But certainly one mechanism we felt might benefit would be at least for growers to be able to see the prices that were paid by the winemakers the previous year and get some sense of the competitiveness of the different winemakers, even if the mechanism wasn't able to be developed that would provide an earlier indication of the season price.
And have I read your argument correctly that making a mandatory code, if that is where we end up, would have resourcing implications for the ACCC if you were to give it real teeth and have an effective code? We'll
always make that point that in all our code compliance requirements, there's no point unless there's the resources to ensure that compliance can occur. So in our dairy code responsibilities, each year we conduct a compliance assessment. We look at the provision of pricing on the 1st of June, and we take action where we see that that's not occurring. We look at the terms and conditions of the milk supply agreement, and where that's not in accordance with the code, we take action. And in fact, we took action in the courts against Lactalis for exactly those sorts of issues. So, but that takes resources, and so we don't at the moment have activity in relation to the wine grape sector. We don't have resources to, and we don't have any responsibility in relation to the voluntary code. It would be only if it became a mandatory code that we would need those resources and want to be able to take compliance and perhaps enforcement action.
Thank you. If I can come to you, Mr. Lowe, thank you for that, Mr. Kerr. You mentioned in your comments earlier that Mr. Emerson has an inquiry underway, and of course we will all be very interested in what that says. But you also made reference to the industry peak body, and that is a matter, its representation, adequacy and fairness is a matter for the industry. We've had evidence from growers to say they feel very poorly or underrepresented, I should say, on that body at present, and that it is dominated by the winemakers. Is that your assessment of the balance of representation? It's obviously a really important issue to have the voice of growers on such a body.
Yeah, no, certainly we're aware of those concerns and the concerns as you've characterised them. I think, look, it is a complicated issue, and it is ultimately our view that industry should be focused. It should be up to industry in terms of how it represents itself. What I would reflect on is that certainly in our conversations with Australian Grape and Wine, they're also very aware of those concerns and have made efforts to I guess address those concerns and ensure that those sorts of issues and views from growers and the sector more broadly are incorporated into their representation. So I do know that it's something that industry is thinking actively about, but maybe I'll just ask the team if there's anything further to add.
Nothing there? No. I mean, it is a real question of power, isn't it? This whole undertaking here today and at a previous hearing is an outcome of an imbalance of power between suppliers and those managing demand, setting the price. If the strong arm of the industry is dominating the industry body, that is a real concern to the advice. It would affect the advice that government receives and the representation of issues and the lobbying generally, the priorities and outcomes. So it is a very significant concern for me, I must say. And I would hope that government would be expressing an opinion, a department, about ensuring it gets appropriate, well-balanced and well-represented advice across a sector.
I think maybe Paul, if I just, and then quickly, I mean, the other thing we're talking about Australian Grape and Wine, industry does have other representative organisations, so Australian Commercial Wine Producers, we're certainly engaged with them and have active conversations with them as well. So I just remark and reflect that it's not as if we're not aware of their interests, and I certainly would characterise them as an effective body in terms of representing their members' interests as well.
Thank you.
Paul, did you want to add anything?
I was going to say something similar, but just from the department's perspective, we don't restrict our consultation with industry to Australian Grape and Wine, so that we do consult broadly, including with Australian Commercial Wine Producers, with regional wine associations, and we encourage Wine Australia to do the same. So certainly agree that it's a matter for industry to determine how they represent themselves, but from a department's perspective and from a Wine Australia perspective, we do everything we can to make sure that we're consulting appropriately when we need to across all parts of the industry to make sure that we get that balanced view.
And more broadly, I would say that it's not uncommon for the department to be approached about industry representative organisations. I think a starting point for us is it's, government telling industry how to represent itself is a challenging situation to be in. So we generally tend to
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chair. I think.
Sorry, you do have... Oh, sorry. Okay, Senator Bush-Wilson, I'll wrap it up.
Okay, thank you. Mr Keogh, you mentioned in your opening statement, and it's in your submission on page 5, that following the conclusion of your market study, the ACCC engaged with a number of large winemakers to seek to address a range of potential unfair contract terms identified during the market study. And then you said in June 2020, the ACCC announced several winemakers had agreed to amend the contract terms relating to grape quality assessments, terms permitting winemakers to unilaterally vary agreements, one-side termination clauses and lengthy payment timeframes. Are you able to give us a bit more qualitative data on that? When you say there was several winemakers, how many were? I mean, I know that under the voluntary code, there's only a small percentage of winemakers in the country that actually adhere to the code, but are we talking like a handful or?
I'm not certain of the exact number. defer to you, Panos.
If you could take it on notice, see if you
Happy to take that on notice, Senator.
Yeah. And whether Accolade Wines was one of those groups, obviously one of the largest in the country, but and it has had some changes over the years.
One of the issues there is that we've had a subsequent change in the legislation, just so you're aware of that.
Right.
So in November 2023, the legislation was changed such that a penalty was applicable in relation to unfair contract terms in business-to-business contracts between that involved parties with less than 10 million turnover. So,
right, okay.
When we did the initial work,
yep.
the unfair contract terms law was in place,
yep.
but the only implications of a finding of an unfair contract term were that that term would be declared void in any dispute.
Right.
So there was a limit to what we could do at that time, albeit the law was in place. It just didn't have any penalties associated with it. So that has subsequently changed. And that gives us much more opportunity to look at those issues, albeit only for contracts that have been entered into or substantially renewed since that November 2023 date.
Okay. You made the broad point a number of times that, you know, obviously the wine industry is different to other industries that you've put in place mandatory codes for, like dairy. I think in your submission you mentioned any prescribed mandatory code for the wine grape industry would need to be tailored to the unique circumstances of the industry. Is it possible to have like a mandatory code for certain sectors within the wine industry? Like it could be by geography, or when dealing with a cooperative that's got hundreds of growers, or on a tonnage basis. Is it possible to have like a voluntary existing system in a two-tiered structure, but you have a mandatory code for warm areas, for example? And I'm just trying to be simplistic here, but
yeah, we certainly are very conscious of the specificity, if I could call it that, of codes if you really want them to work well. Just to give you an example, when we looked at the payment terms issue, which I'm sure senators would be aware of, the extended payment terms for wine grape growers, one of the challenges there is that the more stringent you make those payment terms, the shorter you make those payment terms, the more likely it is that smaller wine producers wouldn't be able to, because of their cash flow situation, wouldn't be able to comply with that, and therefore you may inadvertently remove some of the competition from the processing sector by becoming more stringent in relation to payment terms, unless you could develop the appropriate parameters around that to make sure you're more targeted. So that's the sort of issue we need to think about when you think about what you would have a code do.
Okay.
Can I just add, Senator, that you would want the kind of qualifying criteria as clear as possible, so it was clear to the ACCC and all of the market participants which tier of the code applied to them, so that they could ensure that they were complying.
Okay. And look, in a place like I used to be a wine grower myself in Tasmania. Obviously, lots of small growers. Usually, it's a gendered term, but a gentleman's agreement. These things are informal, and most people wouldn't want to be signing up with small levels of production to a mandatory agreement with a winemaker. But is it possible for people to opt in, though, if they wanted to, if they were negotiating with a winemaker and both parties agreed? Would it be also possible for them to opt in, or would that be too difficult?
So, Senator, to opt into a mandatory code?
Yeah.
So no, if the code applied to them, it would apply irrespective of their desire or not.
Yeah.
So there is something, you can create under our Act, something called a voluntary prescribed code.
Right.
There's only one in place currently, but under a voluntary prescribed code, it is possible for a relevant market participant to agree to be bound.
Right.
But when they agree to be bound, the code for them, for the period that they have signed up to the code, is mandatory.
Okay.
So that mechanism is available.
That sounds
I can't comment on whether it would be
thinking.
appropriate in the scenario that you're talking about, but it is possible.
Okay, I'll look more into that. One thing that has happened since your market study is the indicative price was removed in terms of the framework for the voluntary code and was replaced with fair market price. What did the ACCC envisage as? How did you envisage broadly determining what a fair market price was? Was it based on the spot price leading up to negotiations, which I believe is quite actively traded? How do you enforce what is a fair market price? It seems pretty broad.
I would agree entirely. So just to be clear, we received quite mixed responses about the utility of the indicative price that used to exist under the voluntary code. So that was the requirement for the processors or the winemakers to provide an indicative price mid-December before harvest started, and the consensus of the information provided to us was that there was a tendency for that to signal, to provide a signal amongst wine makers about what sort of price they should go for and remove competition in some respects from that. And it wasn't binding on those winemakers as well. So on balance, we recommended that the voluntary code not continue to include that. But at that stage, and as I understood it, and still, the fair market price concept was still in place. So contracts would be multi-year contracts of a specific volume and the price to be a fair market price, and the option available for dispute resolution if the grower thought the fair market price wasn't a fair market price. So the only change that we recommended was a removal of that indicative pricing mechanism. So the fair market price is, as you rightly say, quite a problematic concept, and trying to get to the bottom of that, trying to get timely mediation and dispute resolution in place, given the perishability of wine grapes is certainly a complex challenge.
It seems to be the reason we're probably having this inquiry is this exact issue, when you get a large winemaker who has a different subjective view on what a fair market price is. Of course, this is pretty standard in any negotiation, versus the wine growers. What I'm particularly interested in is your recommendation 6 that you point out several times in your submission hasn't been adopted by the industry, which is providing information to Wine Australia, I think the suggestion was, and then the department would publish an aggregated version of that, so there was no commercial and confidence issues. Obviously, you can't have any kind of efficient market without information. Would it be possible to prescribe in a mandatory code compulsory provision of that information to Wine Australia and publication to help make the market more efficient? Is that something we could do with legislation or regulation?
Yeah, certainly. I would think that there would not be too many. Well, no, I'll go the other way. It would certainly be available to government to require mandatory price reporting. I observe that in both the US and the EU, there is quite comprehensive requirements on certain sectors of the agricultural processing sector to publish market information very regularly. For example, the Stockers and Packyards Act of the US requires vertically integrated feedlot meat processors to publish the prices they're paying on a 12-hourly basis. So, that's a very comprehensive set of requirements there. Similarly, the EU has price observancy arrangements where they do mandate a requirement to provide, to report pricing on a quite regular basis across a big comprehensive list. So that mechanism is available. It's not inherently part of a code, for example, but obviously could be incorporated if that were the case.
Has the department or ACCC any views on the spot price for wine, for bulk wine. I'm unsure as to whether there's spot prices for grapes in their physical form being delivered from grape growers to wineries. I think the previous witness said he thought there was, but in terms of the bulk wine market, the spot price, as to how efficient that price is, given some contracts are fixed price with the conditions, and others are spot based on selling into the spot price.
Well, they're variable price, which is usually linked to that concept of fair market price.
Right.
But then where a grower, for example, has excess volume, they can choose. It was put to us that they could choose to take a spot price for that close to harvest. So they might be within a couple of weeks of harvest. They're aware that the volume of grapes they've produced exceeds what they've got contracts for, and at that point they can go to the winemakers and see what spot price might be available for that excess production. That was our understanding of the spot market as it was explained to us.
Presumably there'd be a correlation between the spot price and the fixed contract prices. Has anyone done any work on that? Do you know?
We didn't have any information on, and I don't think that spot price is a publicly reported market either. So I don't know the answer to that.
So there isn't anywhere you can go to look at the spot price. I mean, I presume if you want to sell your grapes, what do you call a broker? You call your winery maybe. Do you know how it works?
No, I'm not aware of it. We just had that discussion with growers about that mechanism that they could use in the extent they had excess production.
Okay. Is the department aware of? Can you tell us anything more about the spot price?
Yeah, I don't think we've got much more to add than the Deputy Commissioner.
I'm sensing there's a PhD topic in this for someone who might be interested in this kind of thing. Post politics perhaps. Could I say just quickly, we Accolade Wines, you see in your submission in April 2024, engaged in negotiations with CCW to buy out some wine growing areas. Can you give us more details on that, and whether there was any assessment as to whether that buyout would actually have an effect on obviously given supply and demand, have effect on prices, or the long-term sustainability of the industry? You know if that was based on their own calculations or?
That's a matter,
is that a
contractual matter between CCW and Accolade, and we haven't had any involvement in that. No.
No. Okay. But you do say in your submission they rejected the offer, but you're not sure why. No. Okay. I just thought that might be interesting in terms of looking at long-term structural programs that government might be involved in, how they went about pricing that. Just two more questions. You mentioned ACCC submission on page 7, 1.13. 16th of October 2020, the government announced it would seek to amend the Australian consumer law to ban unfair trading practices impacting consumers and suppliers. The Treasury will undertake further consultation on the design before seeking to legislate a general prohibition on unfair trading practices. Depending on how the prohibition on unfair trading is ultimately framed, these reforms may also provide an avenue to address certain practices that are prevalent in the wine and grape industry. Could you just expand on that briefly?
Yeah, the ACCC has long advocated for an unfair trade practices provision in the Competition and Consumer Act. Yeah. Our reasoning for that is under the Act at the moment, under the Australian Consumer Law, which is the schedule to that Act, the provision in relation to these sorts of issues is what's called unconscionable conduct.
Yeah.
And courts have taken quite a stringent interpretation to the sorts of behaviour that might be considered to be unconscionable. In fact, they've put quite a high bar around that. It has to be deliberate, it has to be knowingly causing harm, it has to have all those elements to it before a court would find behaviour unconscionable. That means that under that threshold for unconscionability, there's no mechanism or law that might govern practices that most people would think would be significantly unfair, but the law doesn't really deal with that. So certainly it's our observation that in overseas jurisdictions there is a lower threshold for the sorts of behaviours that most people would think would be unfair, but certainly wouldn't get to the point of being considered unconscionable. We've advocated for quite some time for that law to be implemented. It's certainly been of interest to the state fair trading ministers. They've progressed a proposal and it's in the process of being considered as part of regulatory reform. So we certainly see avenues for that measure to be of considerable utility when it comes to the sorts of practices that we might see that wouldn't be considered unconscionable, but certainly harm the market and harm the participants in the market in a way that's unfair.
All right, thank you. Just last question, I suppose, more for the department. Go back to this pricing issue and the fact that recommendation 6 for the market report's there's never been any kind of action on that. You have a price indicated dashboard. Wine Australia has developed the grape price indicator dashboard that was partly funded by the department. It's intended to provide a current summary of the key drivers of inland wine grape prices and an indication of the forecast direction for grape prices ahead of the next vintage. Is it being utilised at all? Like, I was asking some questions a bit earlier about how spot prices are set and how, are you able to tell us with any confidence whether that's helped provided or illuminated any issues that we could use, like in terms of?
So yes, that is in place. I think Wine Australia would like to see more utilisation of the dashboard. Some people, I'm an avid reader of it myself, but whether or not growers are aware of it and use it for their own strategies, that's more difficult to say.
And is this relying on Wine Australia getting information from the growers that's not forthcoming at the moment, or are they getting information? I mean, obviously ABS has their own systems, but where are you getting your information from for that dashboard?
So ABARES forecasts I can talk to. So they speak to a number of people within the industry to understand trends. They look at their own data to come up with their forecasts. For Wine Australia, I believe it's based on their surveys that they do that are voluntary. So they don't have an information collection power that they can rely on for mandatory disclosure. So they take the information that they're provided and then they publish it in the best way that they can.
Yeah, if you're able to on notice provide whether Wine Australia is aware that it's being used by growers and growers co-ops and other industry participants, just be interested to see if it's been useful at all with providing some transparency.
I can talk to large grower groups because we talk to those regularly, and they're definitely aware of the dashboard and do promote its use by their membership, but I can't talk to how many growers.
And for example, could you update it at the time that Senator Pocock's talking about, like when the growers are asking for a price declaration or cards on the table, and they might not get that directly from their buyers, but if it was to be released at a time and was trusted and had a decent amount of disclosure or information going into it, it might be something that's useful. Is it just like an annual thing? Do you update it every 6 months or every month? Or
yeah, so grape purchases happen over a longer period of time. So some are quite early in the season. Some, in Canberra we might not have harvest until April or May. So there's a time lag with any kind of data set, but that's something we could definitely take on notice.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Wishbelson. I'll let you go, Senator Goldbeck.
Okay. Mr. Keogh, one of the things that's been raised with us is the mimicry on labelling. So, large vertically integrated supplier mimicking small producer type labelling and the capacity of consumers to actually identify that. And that's raised with us as a concern, you know, go into one of the larger retailers, BWS or Murphy's, and the wine looks like it's small producer wine. Some complain that it's very close to their own labels. It doesn't just occur in wine, it occurs in other things. You know, I think probably most of the craft beers, and I say that in inverted commas, these days are actually brewed by the big Lion, Carlton United, and they have all these small, supposedly craft labels that look like, you know, they're taking advantage of a market trend, if you like, in that sense. And even in the supermarkets with their own brands, they now, where once upon a time it was black and gold or red and white or whatever it was that was clearly identifiable, now much more mimic the other commercial brands. Is there any capacity to ensure the consumers have the scope, the capacity, ability to identify and differentiate those things?
I'll make some preliminary comments, then I might pass over to Panos to explain the law as it exists at the moment. Certainly, both in this sector but in other sectors, including, for example, the supermarket sector, we've certainly had these issues raised with us, and they, if I could explain it this way, there seems to be three particular categories we might talk about. So one might be called home brands, where it's a clear retailer brand or a clear owner brand on the product. The next might be called private label. So they might be a particular brand, and if you turn to the back and read the details, you'll find that that brand is actually owned by the retailer. And then the third level is pseudo brands, where there's no indication whatsoever on the labelling that in fact that is a product that specifically the label and the entire formulation of the product is entirely owned by the retailer. So that applies across the board in terms of the supermarket sector, but also we're very aware that it is the situation in the wine industry, for example, with the vertically integrated processors and retailers. I'll turn to Panos to explain exactly what the law says and what it doesn't say. And
so, thanks, Annetta. So, under our Act, there's no obligation to make an express representation as to whether your product is owned by a large vertically integrated entity. So there's no obligation to make that express statement, but what is provided for under our Act is whether or not the overall impression that a consumer gets is misleading or deceptive, or whether there's a false statement made. So we would need to consider the representations made on a case-by-case basis, and if the ACCC formed the view that the overall impression of this particular bottle of wine or this particular line of wine was likely to mislead or deceive a consumer, then we could take action to seek to address that.
So, but there's no express requirement for that a consumer understands who the manufacturer or the processor or the provider of the product is, or if it's a shop brand, if you like.
Certainly not under the Competition and Consumer Act. There's no obligation to make that express representation as to who the overall owner is.
So in the context of a pseudo brand, which I think you called it, Mr. Keogh, how does that fit into the mechanism as it currently stands? It's a pseudo brand. I think even the term suggests that it's there to create an impression that isn't what it is, how does that fit into the overall application of the regulatory framework as we have it now?
Well, the fact that the label doesn't provide a clear indication of the ultimate owner of that brand, the fact that that's an omission isn't a breach of the Australian consumer law. If the label,
I'm very tempted to ask.
If the label tries to create the impression, for example, that this is premium Barossa wine, when in fact it was sourced from Griffith and
well, that's clearly misleading because it's not what it's purporting to be.
So if the omission, so the failure to state on your label, your company of origin, is a relevant factor in considering whether the overall impression is misleading or deceptive. So it's something that we and the court can take into account in determining whether, yes, consumers were likely to be misled.
Don't our labelling requirements require a consumer to be able to identify where a product comes from?
So there are obligations to state the country of origin, but
not the manufacturer. So it might be the processor rather than the owner of the product. So I contract you to process a product for me. I put your address on it rather than saying I'm the.
There may be obligations under an act other than the Competition Consumer Act to make representations as to manufacturer of origin, if you like, but certainly not under the Competition and Consumer Act is there an obligation to make that kind of a representation. But the failure to do that is a relevant factor in determining whether a consumer, on looking at the label, is likely to be misled or deceived.
So how do we ensure a consumer knows the provenance of a product then?
So, I mean,
I'd be careful not to try and ask you for an opinion saying, should we do such?
Yeah, no, I understand, and I appreciate that.
So I'm trying to put it in the context of how we ensure a consumer can know that they're buying a supermarket brand. How do we do that?
Well, there are mechanisms.
Now I'm asking you for advice.
There are mechanisms under our Act, if the government decided to use them, that would allow for the provision of information. So, for example, an information standard is a regulatory option, and an information standard could require the making of statements on packaging of the kind that you're talking about. I think, as Mr. Keogh has said earlier, I mean, we'd have to carefully think about the kind of costs that might impose on the industry and ensure that there wasn't any other unintended consequences, but that is a mechanism that could be used. I'm sure there are others as well.
So there are examples of that in other jurisdictions where there is an information standard, so it's clearly an understood mechanism.
The example is the standard for free-range eggs. So that's an information standard that means that you can't describe a product as free-range egg unless it meets certain standards in terms of the production system that was involved.
Provenance is a pretty fundamental piece of information though, isn't it?
Well, I guess it's a choice for consumers. One of our major retailers predominantly has home brands, that's Aldi.
Yes.
So, yeah, it's consumers, I guess, make their choice depending whether they think provenance is important or not.
It demonstrates the power of price too when you start getting into that and the other surveys of the supermarket. Is there any work being done on an information standard?
Not to our knowledge.
Department?
I think Dr. Emerson, in terms of the terms of reference that he was provided, it would be open to him to look at that as part of his report.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Jim.
Thanks, Senator Colbeck. I've just got a few questions, and I think Senator Pocock has a couple to follow up. Hopefully we'll be finished by the time frame. We've had evidence as committee, or I think it was publicly available, that Accolade had offered growers in their area under the CCW an offer to leave and reduce volumes, which does seem to be an issue. Did they discuss those proposals with you or with the government?
I'd have to check.
They did?
Yes,
sorry, I've got some nodding here, but Hansard can't pick up nodding. Yes, Mr. Denny?
Sorry, Senator. Yes, we did. If I recall, we did meet with Accolade about that.
Did they put to you whether or not there'd be some, or could be some, government funding to help sweeten the deal, so to speak, and remove the imbalance?
No, they didn't. They didn't specifically request funding, but at the time we were undertaking work through the Viticulture and Wine Sector Working Group. That working group had been established, so they were interested to know, where that piece of work was heading and whether it would be considering sort of government funding for that type of initiative. But they didn't specifically request funding from the department for that I recall.
Right. Okay. Could you go back and take that on notice and just check whether there were any requests for funding? Look, I don't have a lot of time, but it seems to me strange. There seemed to be the position before that, no, this is a commercial matter, too bad, so sad. But we've got evidence that over 90% of people in this subset, in the warm climate, 90% of growers are not profitable. I think that was in the ACCC report. We've had adjustment packages before for dairy, for sugar, for lots of industries. It seems very strange to me that the government is not considering some kind of package here to help rebalance the situation here when people are in so much pain, particularly given at least some, in part of this pain has been caused by the trade dispute we've had. No fault on the growers, of course. So can you just confirm for me there's absolutely no plans to consider any kind of government assistance here to help rebalance this sector?
So as Mr. Denny mentioned, the Viticulture and Wine Working Group, and that working group canvassed a wide range of views across the industry, state and territory governments from across the sector. I think it'd be fair to say that there wasn't uniform view around structural adjustment necessarily as well, and the working group certainly didn't recommend a funded exit package from a government-funded exit package. As well. So at this stage, that's the position of government at the moment.
Who's the working group? I haven't been
so the working group
much.
Consisted of, I might need to go to the team, but state and territory representatives for states and territories that had an interest in wine, and it included Wine Australia and it included Australian Grape and Wine.
How many growers are on that? Where are the growers represented through that?
There weren't any growers specifically on that, unless I'm corrected by the team.
But isn't it the growers that are under the pain here? Why aren't you taking advice from them?
So the working group did.
But they're not represented on the working group. Why aren't they on the working group?
Well, the working group's job was to canvass a range of views, and as part of it, it actually went to a number of the growing regions and engage directly with growers to understand their concerns and interests.
But Wine Australia, who are they? I'm not a grape guy, I don't even drink wine.
They're the Research Development Corporation.
Not good for your health. No, I'm giving it all up. It's not good for you. But each their own. Wine Australia, are they winemakers?
They're the Research Development Corporation for wine,
right.
for the wine sector.
Just to confirm, Australian Grape and Wine is the representative body for the industry, and they were part of the working.
So they're grape growers?
Yes.
Okay, I asked if any grape growers are on the advisory group.
They're the
So there were people on that. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we went down that path. I apologise, but I thought I heard that there were no grape growers represented on the advisory group. Okay, at least there are. Anyway, it does seem to me strange that perhaps for a relatively small amount of money we could fix this. I just wanted to confirm, I mean, in the ACCC's view and assessment, is there an oversupply of particular grape varieties in Australia?
We won't venture an opinion on that, Senator. That's outside our...
Well, what about the department? It's pretty clear that there is. It doesn't seem controversial. Everyone else seems to be saying that. Is there an oversupply of some grape varieties in Australia?
I think we'd recognise that there's an oversupply, particularly in the red grape wine sector.
Okay. All right. Senator Pocock, you had a couple of other questions.
Just quickly, one thing you are very clear about, strongly support reducing the payment time frame to 30 to 60 days. Have you put that position to the South Australian Government in relation to the relevant South Australian law?
I'm going from memory, Senator, but the discussion was certainly held. My recollection is that the South Australian Government decided not to vary or remove that particular part of their legislation, and that raised some complexities in terms of the interaction between that, for example, and a mandatory code. But my recollection is a little hazy given the passage of time.
Needs fixing, clearly, given your opinion at least, that it's unfair.
We certainly concluded at the time that it seemed that the payment terms were excessive and disadvantaged growers.
And you remain of that opinion. Your submission says you strongly support.
We haven't had the opportunity to follow up, so I don't know whether there's been a change in relation to those payment terms.
Thank you. And final question for the department. In your submission, you point to the recent funding as to support the sector, and that included funding to develop a national vineyard registry, I think, with information to assist. We've clearly exposed some real gaps in information in this market, which are very problematic for growers. How's that progressing? We've heard evidence from people in Renmark, for example, in that area, pushing that they see real benefit from better data collection about supply and demand. There was a consultation paper, I understand, in November. What's the feedback from stakeholders about that, and what are the next steps, and when do you expect to have the register up and running?
And that recommendation for that register came out of the working group that we mentioned earlier. So in terms of ventilating some of the key issues that would be of use for the sector going forward, and that's where we focused, or where the working group focused its recommendations in terms of benefits for the sector in the long run. But I'll pass to the team for specifics in relation to the register.
So we provided funding to Wine Australia to develop the register, and as you said, they've started their consultation. They had a paper and they've had a number of meetings with stakeholders. I'm expecting to see a plan from them in the near future about how that will sort of roll out, what they would recommend in terms of its scope. There's a number of different ways you could do it, whether it be quite targeted to sort of high-level information or requiring information from every single grower. So there's a lot of considerations about ensuring you have the right level of regulatory burden that comes with that versus the information that comes out of it. So there's a little bit of thinking and more development to come.
So you can't give us a date or approximation?
I don't have a date, I'm afraid.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Thanks.
I've just got one other point to clarify. If we were to recommend a mandatory code of conduct, can you in any way restrict such a mandatory code to a particular geographic region of Australia? You did that, I might have missed. So you can?
I think there'd be, in terms of the way you structure the code or provisions within the code, you'd be able to
find a way.
Target.
Yep. Okay.
There are some constitutional
Yes, that's what I'm getting to.
That can arise, but there are tests that you can pass to show that it's needed in a particular region over other regions that don't have the same sorts of issues.
Characteristics, cool.
I think you should be targeting Sauvignon Blanc growers and no one else.
I'll leave your wine expertise, superior wine expertise to settle that question. Senator Whish-Wilson. Well, thank you very much to you all. We're asking for questions, I noticed, to come back by midday, Tuesday, 11th of February, if that's okay, and enjoy the rest of your day. With that, I will adjourn today's hearing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Declare open this hearing of the Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport References Committee inquiry into Australia's preparedness to host the Commonwealth Olympic and Paralympic Games. We're not doing the Commonwealth anymore. I thank all the witnesses for appearing today, and thank you all for your patience as we manage technology. There's a few people appearing online. For the benefit of everyone, I'm the Chair, Senator Matt Canavan, and I'm joined today by the Deputy Chair, Senator Sterle, and we'll have a number of other senators, I believe, online. Senator McKenzie is there, and some others will be with us later. I remind all witnesses in giving evidence to the committee they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses have the right to be heard in camera. Before we start, I would like to remind everyone that these are official proceedings and a Hansard record will be prepared and the discussions are being broadcast. If someone objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. If you are appearing by teleconference or video, please mute your microphone when you're not speaking. Thank you very much. And with all that out of the way, I would like to now welcome representatives from the Rockhampton Fitzroy Rowing Club and RDA Central and Western Queensland. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses has been provided to you. For the record, could you please state your full name and the capacity with which you appear today? I will start with Miss Black from the Fitzroy Rowing Club.
So Sarah Black, and I'm president of Rockhampton Fitzroy Rowing Club.
Fantastic. And Mr. Cassidy?
Senator, good afternoon. Grant Thomas Cassidy, Chair of Regional Development Australia, Central and Western Queensland.
Thank you to you both. And at the outset, as Chair, I'll just disclose the committee. I have, I suppose, a little bit of an interest, not necessarily a conflict here, but I am very, very supportive of the proposal that Mr Cassidy, Ms Black will speak about, being a resident of Central Queensland, and I've made my own submission to the 100-day review supporting their case. But with that, there is an opportunity for either of you to make an opening statement if you choose. We do only have 15 minutes scheduled, so if you could be brief, that'd be great. We'll have a few questions and keep going. Mr Cassidy, do you have an opening statement?
Senator, yes, I do. Would you like to commence?
Over to you.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. Members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear and present today. Again, my name is Grant Cassidy. I appear as the Chair of Regional Development Australia, Central and Western Queensland, a region covering over 550,000 square kilometres, which is more than 6 times the size of Tasmania. I've lived, owned and operated businesses in the Rockhampton and Central Queensland region for over 23 years. As you know, the terms of reference for this inquiry are concerned with our ability to leave a legacy of sporting infrastructure to encourage more Australians to participate in elite and community sports and with active lifestyles. There's no question that hosting an Olympic Games is a prestigious opportunity for a city and state to showcase its unique attributes. Yes, there is a large amount of infrastructure and associated investment costs, but my firm belief is the real long-term value comes from the legacy opportunities. While I'm here to talk mainly about the rich legacy opportunity that exists in hosting the Olympic blackwater rowing and canoeing events of the 2032 Games in Rockhampton, I also want to state that regional Queensland should have an equal opportunity to share in the legacy from the 2032 Olympics. It's not just hard infrastructure, but legacy also needs to include the massive opportunities to tap into the very broad range of talented individuals that regional Queensland nurtures, trains, mentors and supports on their own sporting endeavours. Regional Queensland does the heavy lifting in this state, and the investment in legacy infrastructure and facilities to continue to provide hope for the aspirations of regional Queensland kids of today and possible Olympians of tomorrow has unlimited value. Back to Rocky. 3 kilometres from the Rockhampton CBD is an established 2.2 kilometre long, 8-lane wide river rowing facility in the mighty Fitzroy River. This facility has successfully hosted numerous championship level regattas, including state and national titles for both aged and school-aged, and as well as providing training facilities for both the Australian men's and women's Olympic rowing teams and several international teams. Investment is needed to bring the existing facilities up to Olympic standard. For example, new pontoons, boat sheds, finish towers and car parks. The current estimates have these facilities costing around $20 million. But importantly, the facility already has excellent digital infrastructure, power, sewage and road and pedestrian access. Land also exists to build an athletes' village, which could be repurposed post-games to be converted into social and affordable housing in a similar way to what the organisers of the 2024 Paris Olympics did. Currently, there are no medal events proposed to be held outside of the southeast corner of Queensland. Moving the rowing to Rocky starts to create a true Queensland Games, with all the tourism benefits generated from the rowing facility and the repurposable athletes' village, which will create a lasting and significant infrastructure legacy for all Queenslanders. So in closing, yes, there's a large upfront investment for the 2032 Olympics, but amortising that investment over many decades and spreading the legacy of the Games to regions like Rockhampton is where the long-term community and sporting legacy truly lies. Thank you, Senators.
Thank you, Mr Cassidy. Ms Black, did you have an opening statement?
Yes, thank you, Senators, and thank you again for the opportunity to speak this morning. So Rockhampton Fitzroy Rowing Club is a not-for-profit community club run by volunteers. We're a proud club that works with schools and other clubs in the region to host major events here on the mighty Fitzroy River. The proximity of our rowing course is a real asset to our location in that we're less than 5 kilometres from the CBD, major hospital, airport and linking with the Bruce Highway. Our committee and our broader community benefit. There is very long-term benefits to having major events come to regional Queensland. Our club has only been operating since 2006, late 2006, and in 2007, as an example, the Australian Masters was hosted here in Rockhampton on the Fitzroy River. At that point in time, there was very few school rowers, and so what our club did at the time was approach local high schools and ask for students to participate as boat holders. The reason I'm giving this example is because that event created a legacy for rowing in Rockhampton. It was the start of school rowing in the region, where we now have 4 healthy school programs which boast state championships, both state champion crews over the last 5 years, and that's come out of the last 17 years of having a small rowing club run by volunteers, growing from an event that was hosted here in the region and growing the sport locally. So just wanting to provide a grassroots perspective to what this sort of investment means for I guess, sporting development and junior participation.
Thank you very much, Ms Black. That's very useful. Look, I just have a few questions, and I said we've only got a little bit of time with yourselves. Maybe one for Mr Cassidy, just more generally, could you give the committee an outline of some of the major events that Rocky does host in the past and its capacity to do something like this?
Yeah, certainly, Senator. Thank you very much. One of the biggest events that Rockhampton hosts every 3 years is an event that I am on the board of, and that's Big Australia. Over 125,000 people attended the event in 2024. It receives delegates from 35 countries around the world and is the largest beef cattle event in the Southern Hemisphere. The city swells when we have all of the attendees, so they're from around the country and, as I said, overseas from over 35 countries, and we do it well. We're used to hosting big events. We do the Rocky Nats every year, which has over 35,000 people attend, which is traditionally held on the Easter long weekend. And there's always sporting events in Rockhampton. One thing that the regions do very well, Senators, is hosts a huge array of sporting events, and Rockhampton and Central Queensland are well known for hosting huge amounts of sports. We have international standard pools, the Athena standard rowing pool, the hockey facilities that we have are world class. We have velodrome facilities here as well, and of course, as we've already spoken about, the mighty Fitzroy River with the rowing, and I had the opportunity of being involved in the accommodation and hosting of the men's Olympic and ladies Olympic rowing teams before they went to Tokyo, where they did all of their training on the pitch.
Thank you. And to you, Ms Black, there's been quite a lot of media attention about ourselves, and particularly around crocodiles. The media loves talking about crocodiles. How do they affect the rowing? Do we still host major rowing events despite all the fears that there are too many crocs in the Fitzroy?
Yes, we have. The Fitzroy River is a natural habitat for crocodiles. We're well aware of that. I think some of the reports in the media have been sensationalised with comments around it being crocodile infested. We certainly have regular liaisons with our Department of Environment here. Their officers go out and do regular surveys. And in terms of major events, local events, even our weekly training, we have processes in place for reporting and talking to our local department and environmental officers around the different behaviours of crocodiles and understanding, I guess, their behaviour throughout the year. So it's certainly risk managed and something that our sport does quite well regularly.
Thank you. And look, finally, given the time, you mentioned a little bit, Mr Cassidy, about the importance of regional Queensland. I note that's a key terms of reference in the 100-day review the Queensland government's running. I'm particularly interested in the Great Barrier Reef. At the moment, I don't think there's too many events scheduled for the Great Barrier Reef. What do you think the importance is of selling areas around the Great Barrier Reef to the world, and what that could do for Queensland tourism?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. Having been involved in the tourism industry for many years, we're the gateway to the Southern Great Barrier Reef. And if you have a look at the reef, globally is one of the most recognised must-do aspirational tourism attractions on everybody's bucket list. So to have a global audience either tuning in or coming to Australia, the Great Barrier Reef is going to be an important part of it. We have a great sheltered beach at Emu Park, which would be ideal for what would be a trial event that's being done in the LA Olympics in 2028. That's the ocean canoeing and ocean rowing. We're very fortunate to be inside the reef, which means we don't get the big swells, for example, that they'd be having down in the southeast corner of Queensland. So again, if we can be successful in making what will be that trial sport at the Olympics in 2028 permanent in 2032, again, I think the coastal waters of central Queensland leading into the Southern Great Barrier Reef would be just such a great way for us to showcase that natural wonder to the world.
Well, thank you very much for that, Mr Cassidy and Ms Black. If there are no more questions, sorry we only had a limited amount of time with yourselves, but it's great that we've had the opportunity to present the case for regional Queensland to this committee. I don't think you took any questions on notice, but if you do have any more information to provide to us, please do so by no later than Friday the 21st of February, and enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senators. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senators.
Thank you. Okay, so I'll ask our next witness, Mr Carroll, to come forward. I think we'll be pretty quick turnover. And while you're getting seated there, Mr Carroll, I'll formally welcome you from the Australian Olympic Committee. Thank you for joining us. And likewise, I understand the information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. Now, just to remind Senators that Mr Carroll is an officer of a Commonwealth agency, so as per our rulings, he shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy, and he shall be given a reasonable opportunity to refer questions to other officers or the Minister. This does not, of course, preclude Senators from asking questions about the explanations of policies or factual questions about when or how policies were adopted. For the record, Mr Carroll, could you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear?
Matthew Carroll, Chief Executive Officer of the Australian Olympic Committee.
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming along and for your submission. Do you have an opening statement you'd like to tell us?
Look, no, Senator. At the previous time I appeared, this was back in 23, we made a written submission and I spoke to that submission at the time. So
nothing's really happened since then, so it's still obviously very relevant. I might just check with my fellow senators. Miss Senator McKenzie, did you want to kick off, or do you want me to go?
No, happy for you to kick off, Matt.
Okay. All right. Well, I might start there where I was suggesting that, look, it is a shame perhaps that not more progress has been made. What's your assessment at the moment, Mr Carroll, of how much time we've got left and what we need to do right now to make the Games a success?
Sure. I think to a degree progress has been made. The organising committee is certainly well established, and in the process of setting up their organisation and the operational components of that organisation. So a lot of work has been happening, which is not terribly newsworthy, and obviously they've been employing their senior leadership team, which now includes the Chief of Commercial, and very shortly they will announce the Chief of Sport, which is a very important appointment. So those sorts of things have been occurring. In terms of the interest of this committee, which is obviously around the infrastructure, the venues and things of that nature, the plan to build the new indoor sports centres across southeast Queensland is still proceeding. Doesn't get a lot of news either, but certainly. So there are things that are happening. To answer the final part of your question, Senator, yes, I think it is time to finalise any more reviews and settle on exactly what I suppose the two governments want to fund in terms of venues.
Okay, well, look, obviously there's another review occurring right now, so we'll at least wait till the end of that. But do you think there's a particular time here about when final decisions need to be made on venues? Yep.
No, I think that's the first half of this year, to be honest with you, Senator, for two reasons. One, the sports program will start to be fleshed out the following year in 2026, which is obviously very important. And importantly also, obviously, is to start the construction process or whatever work that needs to be done, which is going to take a bit of time.
Okay, thank you for that. You mentioned the governance board earlier, and that was one of the recommendations of our first report. Glad to see that be established. Is that working well, or is that now set up well in your view? And has there been any teething issues having to set it up again after some changes in the Queensland government?
Well, certainly. The organising committee hasn't changed. It's gone away and done its job. And it's the job of the organising committee to organise the games, as distinct from Gravalda, which has now become the new group. Excuse me, I've forgotten the acronym for it off the top of my head. That has slowed things down. I think, judging from our conversations with the 100-day review panel, they are adopting some of the things that were already been decided in terms of structure and governance. I do note that one of the things they want to look at is where legacy sits for the games, but other than that, it seems that they're on a similar sort of path. It's now an independent organisation, totally. I appreciate that, and obviously with a new board.
Okay. Has you or the Australian Olympic Committee made a submission to the 100-day review?
We have.
Okay.
Senator,
is there any highlights you could share with us, particular things you'd like to stress?
I think it was similar to the questions. We're supportive of the decisions of the government. The decisions for venues, particularly major infrastructure venues, is one for government. The Olympic Games and the Paralympic Games, we'll use it for a period of time, July, August of 2032. Those decisions are important for sports such as AFL and cricket in terms of the major stadium. For other venues, they are decisions of government. The Olympics takes a view that you need to develop any new infrastructure needs to be done for other than the Games. The Games, will use them, fantastic, but if they can be built before the Games and obviously for after the Games, that's the best way to approach sporting infrastructure.
Okay. My understanding is you are finishing up in the role?
I finish up in June, May, June, just depending on all these sorts of things. So indeed, yes.
All right. Well, maybe you can't completely speak freely just yet, but do you have any particular advice for us and the committee and for your successor, both for the preparation of the Olympics, but just more generally?
Look, I think, as you said, a bit early for any chief advice, but certainly I think, as we just said, it's important to get on with the job now. In decisions around venues, decisions around anything that's going to be built. Before I was in sport, it was in the construction industry, and the construction industry in Australia is stretched at the moment. Therefore, to be able to start to do all these venues, wherever they may be, needs to be moved along swiftly. But everyone knows that.
Yeah. Can I ask a particular question too? I believe this sort of came up early in our committee around the Paralympics, and you cover Paralympics as well?
No,
you don't do it at all.
I mean, we obviously work closely together.
Okay, it's a separate committee. I'm always a little bit ignorant in this area. Okay, well, I'll leave that question, and I'll go to Senator Elman-Payne.
Chair, and thanks very much, Mr. Carroll, for coming before the committee again. I just want to go to the host contract. So I note that within Brisbane's host city contract, to which Brisbane City Council, the State of Queensland and the Australian Olympic Committee have agreed, item 15.3 of that contract requires, and I quote, where new permanent venues need to be constructed, the host National Olympic Committee and the organising committee for the Games shall ensure that they are not located in or adjacent to statutory nature, cultural protected areas or World Heritage sites. I note that currently the Queensland State Government is considering building several new permanent venues within Victoria Park in Brisbane, and the proposed locations of those venues are almost entirely locations on Queensland's State Heritage Register as entry number 602493 in the Heritage Register. And to use the host city contract's words, these would be in statutory cultural protected areas. Additionally, I note that an application has recently been filed to extend the heritage protection to the remainder of Victoria Park. And it would seem then that the proposal to build several new permanent venues in the park would violate item 15.3 of the Brisbane's host city contract. In those circumstances, as the host National Olympic Committee, does the Australian Olympic Committee support or oppose the stadium in Victoria Park?
Well, Senator, you're correct. That clause is in the host contract. The decision on the venues, and the International Olympic Committee needs to approve any changes of venues, regardless of where they're located and regardless of whether they're permanent, new or temporary. So the Government of Queensland and the Brisbane City Council, and obviously in consultation with sports, would have to consider exactly what you've read out. And if they wish to build or change a venue, regardless of where it is, they would have to go back to the International Olympic Committee and seek their approval, which is quite possible for the International Olympic Committee to approve those. So they would have to build the case, as you pointed out, referring to the nature of where Victoria Park. At this stage, Victoria Park has not been decided, as I understand, to be a venue.
My question is whether the Australian Olympic Committee supports venues being built in Victoria Park. And I thought I saw in our submission pack a media release, I believe, from Swimming Australia, which noted that the Australian Olympic Committee supports the construction of venues in Victoria Park. Is that correct?
The Australian Olympic Committee supports the proposal by Swimming Australia to build a national aquatic centre in Queensland. We've also had conversations during the time, obviously, with the Games partners, but again, that decision has not yet been made. And I think the things you've raised will obviously have to be considered.
Okay, so further then, I guess, in relation to Victoria Park, the host city contract also says at items 15.1 and 15.2 that it requires planning, measurement and monitoring of direct and indirect greenhouse gas emissions so that Brisbane 2032 are, and I quote, a climate positive Olympic and Paralympic Games. Victoria Park is often called the green lungs of Brisbane City, including by the Brisbane City Council. It's 64 hectares of green space in the heart of Brisbane, as I'm sure you're aware. And in 2023, the council began a major rewilding of that parkland, which is designed to sequester more greenhouse gases and filter air for the city of Brisbane. I believe the plan includes planting thousands of trees, creating more wildlife habitat. Certainly sounds like a sustainable plan to me. The multiple proposed permanent venues and supporting infrastructure within Victoria Park would concrete over potentially half of the park, according to the proposals that we've seen. And the embodied energy of construction combined with the lost sequestration of this parkland would seriously challenge any Olympics climate credentials. In those circumstances, combined with the World Heritage nature of the park that we just talked about, the heritage value, again, does that mean that the Australian Olympic Committee supports venues notwithstanding the need to create a climate positive Olympics according to the host contract?
Again, Senator, you are correct. That is included in the contract, the climate positive. It is something which the organising committee is very much aware and very involved in ensuring all the planning meets that particular clause in the contract. The decision of the venues, obviously, is one for government and where they're going to locate them, and therefore how they would adapt or provide other alternatives to meet the needs in terms of the positive part of the positive green part of the committee's, beg your pardon, of the host city contract. So that's the place, again, no decision has been made. Those things will have to be evaluated in any decision on any venue, wherever they may be, apart from the existing ones that have already been proposed. Any changes to that will have to be approved by the IOC, and they will take into account all those aspects you've already noted from the host city contract.
Is the AOC have any role in assisting the government in making those decisions? Does the AOC give feedback to the government in relation to this?
The decision is made by government. The AOC is a member. We have directors on the board of the organising committee. That is our forum through to any involvement in the final decision on venues, which, as I say, will have to be proposed by the government. The organising committee will adopt those decisions, and then, but any change in venue has to go back to the International Olympic Committee, as you've noted.
I understand the IOC part of it, but I guess what I'm trying to understand is whether the AOC has any input into the government decision, given that you have board members who are part of that committee.
The input we have is through the inquiries we're having and through the board members of the organising committee.
Okay, so has the AOC expressed any concerns about impacts on the heritage value or the sustainability in terms of a climate positive Olympics, given the circumstances in relation to Victoria Park?
Again, no decisions have been made about anything being built in Victoria Park.
I know that, but my question is, it's definitely a proposal that's on the table, as evidenced by the submissions. My question is, has the AOC expressed any concerns about those 3 items in the host contract being compromised if it were to be the case that they were to build in Victoria Park?
And as I've answered you, you're exactly right. They are contained in the host contract, and therefore when a decision of a proposal has form, in other words, if it's going to proceed, then that will have to be discussion with the International Olympic Committee. Until that such time, there is no...
With respect, Mr Carroll, I don't think you're actually asking my question. My question is, has the AOC any concerns around Victoria Park venues impacting on those aspects of the contract? That is not the same as saying a decision hasn't been made yet. I'm asking for what AOC's position is in relation to those concerns.
But both of those issues you've raised would have to be part of the proposal. Like they would have to address those concerns you're talking about. At this point in time, the AOC has not seen a full proposal, and there may be ways of actually meeting the green credentials of the Games through other aspects of Games planning. So other venues may...
And how might you do that?
Hey? Well, as I said,
how would you do that?
Well, there are venues for a number of sports that have yet to be decided. And that could, making sure, going to your good point, making sure that parklands and other venues parklands aren't taken away. So there's still a bit of planning to go on here, Senator.
All right, so I think what I'm hearing, please let me know if I'm wrong, is that in the AOC's view, you would think that it's fine to take away some of that cultural heritage parkland in the city. I'm unclear as to you're saying that...
Sorry, Senator, I'm in pain. I just might remind yourself and also Mr Carroll that generally we wouldn't ask people hypothetical, certainly officers of departments, hypothetical questions. Fine. It's sort of like it's a little bit, it's a bit on the edge there. But anyway, I just want to make that point. Yep.
I'll move on to my next question then. I understand that the AOC has objectives relating to sustainability and respect for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities. Mr Carroll, did the AOC consult with any heritage or environmental advisors or First Nations representatives before they backed the proposal, for example, in the Swimming Australia proposal for stadiums in Victoria Park? And what advice did the AOC rely on before backing this contentious site, even if it's just in the context of the Swimming Australia proposal?
Well, the case of Swimming Australia's proposal is that it is a concept that has been put forward for consideration by government, and obviously in the consideration of that, there would have to further discussion would have to be had with both for the parkland, as you've described it, and also for any cultural requirements as well and impact. And at this at this point in time, those issues have not been addressed, so they're up for consideration. And before any proposal could rightly go ahead, you'd have to take that into account.
All right. So there hasn't been any consultation at this point in time with First Nations or heritage or environment representatives.
Senator, not that I'm aware of, but that doesn't mean it hasn't happened.
Okay. Last question, Mr Carroll, and I appreciate you giving me your time. Victoria Park Stadium will require earthworks and blasting. It's public knowledge that the Victoria Park terrain is inclined and has a very tough rock formation. Given the cost to taxpayers for Olympic infrastructure, has the AOC to this point in time consulted with engineers or advisors to understand the geotechnical risk before publicly advocating for what could be a very costly proposal for taxpayers?
Well, Senator, again, the AOC is good at a number of things. Assessing the geotech of a site is not in our area of knowledge nor responsibility. That is a matter for the agencies concerned, and therefore I would imagine the matter for the government to ensure that that is part of their study of a proposal. But at this point in time, there is no proposal to build anything in terms of a stadium on the park.
Well, there's certainly a proposal to build a number of swimming venues, which are stadiums on the park.
Yeah.
So at this point, so I think what I'm hearing is that the AOC has backed Swimming Australia's proposal, but that's before there's been any geotechnical or any other advice obtained. Yeah. All right. Thank you. That's all, Chair. Thanks very much.
Pleasure, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Payne. Senator McKenzie.
Thank you. G'day, Mr. Carroll.
Afternoon, Senator.
Thank you on behalf of everyone that loves sport, and wish you all the very best for your future endeavours. I just had a couple of questions. Just some commentary around the re-establishment of the independent authority. I'm assuming AOC is very happy about that.
Yeah, well, yes. Look, as I said, we were involved with the process to appoint the previous authority. That's been changed. We note that some members of that previous authority are still are on the new authority, which is good. We're very pleased that the government of Queensland is moving ahead as rapidly as they see fit and need to get organised for the infrastructure and the services that they're going to have to provide under the independent authority.
When do we start to get worried? Because it seems to me we've sort of wasted 3 years. And, you know, this Senate inquiry is just the classic case in point. We heard issues, as we've said before, from overseas stakeholders who were concerned about the rollout of the Games, particularly the transport infrastructure, not so much the facilities themselves. And we've still seemed to have a bit of a drag on that. And then we've sort of had a couple of years where literally nothing's been done. So I'm just wanting to understand, not just from the AOC, but obviously you're in conversations with international stakeholders across the board in that role. What is their perspective around transport infrastructure? Have those fears been allayed, or is there still now a growing concern, as there was nearly 3 years ago when it was first raised with me, that we haven't got the transport infrastructure piece rolling out at a pace that I guess we would expect to see this far out from the Games?
Well, I think the Brisbane Games was awarded the longest time period of any Games in the history of the Olympics. So it was awarded very early, yes, which is both a blessing and a curse in some ways. It's a blessing because after time, a curse because you obviously got to plan a long way out. As I understand, so in terms of where they're at, I think we're okay. As I said to the Chair. In terms of infrastructure around transport, I'm not aware of the International Olympic Committee expressing any concerns at this point in time.
It wasn't the International Olympic Committee, it was international stakeholders.
Okay.
So not the IOC specifically, but, other, shall we say, sporting bodies.
Well, the other, as far as our concern, is the other international stakeholders are the international federations and obviously the National Olympic Committees. And they've expressed no concerns to us or, as I understand, to the organising committee, Brisbane 2032, at this point in time. You'd expect a lot of our stakeholders are somewhat focused on the Winter Games in Milan Cortina, which is still being finalised in some of their infrastructure. And they're a year out from the Games, and Los Angeles 2028, which is obviously into their 4-year countdown.
Mr. Carroll, I just wanted to sort of get one of the projects that has experienced difficulties is that Sunshine Coast Rail. Is it still your understanding that the beach volleyball is going to be at Broadbeach?
As at this point in time, that decision hasn't been concluded about where the beach volleyball will be held, but it is certainly Broadbeach is flagged as the location.
Well, I thought it was going to be and we were going to have some temporary setting for about 12,000 people, etc.
Yeah. That, as I understand, is the case. It's certainly, as you know, the The games plan, particularly the venues plan, as I said at the very beginning, it hasn't been finalised, locked away. There is opportunity still to move those things if they so choose, they being the organising committee with approval, both of the International Federation and the IOC.
So has the International Federation raised any concerns with Broadbeach as a potential venue?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator.
So it would be your understanding or the AOC's understanding that there's nothing wrong with Broadbeach and that the original plan has not seen any change?
No.
Or has there been submissions to change where beach volleyball?
There's been no changes to the original venues as stated in the candidature documents at this point, apart from where they've been flagged, e.g. the stadium. We've been talking about the new stadium. Yeah.
Okay, so given that, how are you thinking people are going to get to the beach volleyball without the Sunshine Coast Rail?
Again, Senator, the Australian Olympic Committee's involvement in the Games planning is obviously around the delivery of the Games. The delivery of infrastructure and transport is a matter for government and through the independent authority.
Yes, now I know who's responsible, Mr Carroll, but with your wealth of experience, I'm wanting to understand, we know who's responsible. It would seem to me that there's been significant delays and indeed cuts by certain levels of government to these projects, which are actually going to be fundamental for not the athletes per se, but for spectators, administrators and volunteers to actually get on site in a timely manner and efficient manner. We know that the transport infrastructure is how we have a great Games, because you're going to have actual humans watching, not just on the TV. So I would like your perspective on that. I would like your actual experienced commentary.
The solution of transports for the Games, again, is a matter for government. And how they go about that solution, by either building new infrastructure, new transport links, or using existing, or just for the Games times have an overlay. And Los Angeles is having an overlay of transport for the LA Games, and they're very conscious because those games are spread out not just in LA, they're spread across California in a number of venues. So they are coming up with a solution for that, which they have to do both, you're quite right, not just for athletes, but also for spectators, because again, everyone wants to fill stadia. The proposals are matters for the government to put that together at the time. If they change their view, they still have to provide a transport plan to the IOC in the coming years.
So when would that transport plan, if they changed the plan, be due? I'd have
to take on notice to check that period. Yeah, I can take that on notice. Yep.
But it's your contention that the AOC does not have any concern with the transport infrastructure as envisaged in the original documents, given the facility venues haven't changed?
At this point in time, no, we don't.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Mackenzie. Well, look, thank you very much for your time, Mr Carroll. I don't think there are any other questions, and I don't think you took anything on notice, but if you do have any... He did take something, okay. Yeah. If you could provide that... Oh, you did just at the end there, that's right. If you could provide that back to us by Friday the 21st of February 2025, that would be great. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you. So we might suspend briefly, given the number of witnesses we've got next. Giving evidence to committees has been provided to you. And once again, just reminding senators that we do not ask officers of a department opinions on matters of policy. And we give people a chance to refer questions, and it doesn't preclude answering or asking questions about facts. For the record, could people please state their names and the capacity in which they appear?
Sorry, are we happy with me?
Okay, and yep, we've just got some media in the room. Is everybody okay with that? Okay. We'll start with Mr. Watson, go down there and then go online.
Thanks, Senator. Sam Watson, Executive General Manager, Government and International Relations at Swimming Australia.
Thank you, Senator. Rob Woodhouse, CEO of Swimming Australia.
Senator Simon Hollingsworth, CEO of Australian Athletics.
Senator Sarah Cook, CEO of Rowing Australia.
Great. And if we might go online, we'll start with hockey.
Alison Lyne, CEO of Hockey Queensland.
David Pryles, CEO, Hockey Australia.
Great. And Mr. Trim.
Trim, President of Paddle Australia.
Thank you, Mr. Trim. That did break up a little bit that time. We'll see how we go. Maybe if you want to turn your video off, that might just help with bandwidth. Audio will be more important. So thank you for that. Now, we've got some of you have made submissions. Thank you for that. There is an opportunity to make an opening statement if you'd like to. Would anyone like to do that? Yes, Ms. Cook? Okay. We'll start with you, Ms. Cook. Mr. Hollingsworth, you do? Anyone? Yep, okay. We'll start with Ms. Cook and go the other way. All right, over to you, Ms. Cook.
Thank you. Members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to address you today. The Olympic flame was first lit within me as I watched the broadcast of our Australian Olympic team march proudly into the stadium in 1992 in Barcelona. Growing up, I was fortunate to have the opportunity to engage in a wide variety of sporting activities which shaped my holistic development as a young person. For that 7-year-old kid, sport went on to play a hugely formative role in my life, and I had the privilege to represent our country and wear the green and gold at 2 Olympic Games. Now more than ever, and with the home games in Brisbane 2032, there is an unprecedented opportunity to capture the hearts and minds of Australians through the power of the Olympic and Paralympic movements. Just as it was in Sydney 2000, in 2032 we will have our chance again to unite the nation behind our team and to do what Aussies do best, show the rest of the world what we're made of. But time is of the essence. Our 11-year runway is dwindling and we are rapidly approaching 7 years to go. For the sport of rowing in LA and hopefully Brisbane, we will be multidisciplined for the first time with the introduction of beach sprints as well as the traditional classic rowing discipline. For classic flatwater rowing, we require a 2,000-metre 8 to 10 lane course that fits the specific technical requirements stipulated by our governing body, World Rowing. To that end, the sport of rowing is venue agnostic. We understand that about 10 venues have been considered throughout the respective bid, 60-day review and now 100-day review processes. Wyaralong Dam in the Scenic Rim is a feasible venue that, based on the significant analysis to date, meets our technical specifications. However, we support our colleagues at Paddle Australia in their request to have a thorough feasibility assessment of the Hinds Dam on the Gold Coast completed. To that end, we also support the feasibility assessments of any other venues in Queensland which have the potential to meet the technical specifications of the sport. Queensland is one of our most active states in the sport of rowing, but for almost 2 decades has been without a permanent home. Rowing Queensland currently uses Wyaralong Dam for many of its regattas, more than 30 weekends a year, as well as the courses in Rockhampton and Bundaberg. As it stands, we cannot run either a national championship or an international championship event for the sport in Queensland due to the lack of appropriate infrastructure. The Australian Rowing Championships attract more than 2,000 competitors and has an economic return on investment of 13 to 1. We would love to bring this event to Queensland when an appropriate venue can be developed. We support the findings of the 60-day review and specifically the inappropriateness of the Sydney International Regatta Centre in Penrith as a venue for the Games, due to the weather in July at the foot of the Blue Mountains, and also that this venue leaves no legacy for Queensland. Rowing estimates that in a 10-year period from venue completion, a new facility could attract an economic impact to the region in excess of $100 million. Considering the events that could be brought to Queensland, including Australian and state championship events for both rowing and paddle, as well as international events. Brisbane 2032 gives Queensland a massive opportunity to build its reputation as a global sporting destination, but it cannot happen in the absence of sporting facilities that can host national, let alone international events. As soon as we have venue facilities that enable us to host these events, we can start showcasing Queensland to the world. These assets need to be seen as revenue generators. These are legacy outcomes we don't have to wait 7 years until 2032 to leverage. We can deliver these outcomes as soon as the facilities come online. To support this, in our submission in the 100-day review, Rowing called on the Queensland Government to develop and appropriately fund an international and national sporting event strategy. This is not about investing millions of dollars for just 2 weeks in 2032, as some may describe it. This is about legacy through infrastructure for sport and communities from now for the next 2 decades, which will enable significant return on investment and economic impact through the hosting of domestic and international sporting events. With more than 13 million Australians participating in Olympic, Paralympic and Commonwealth sports, this is an investment in our future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms Cook. Mr Hollingsworth.
Thank you, Senator, yes, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to the committee today. In 2023, Australian Athletics previously made a submission and appeared at this committee identifying a range of opportunities to grow the sport of athletics in Australia and make the most of international sporting events. 2032 is absolutely a unique event for the City of Brisbane, for the State of Queensland and for the whole nation of Australia. To be able to host Games so soon after Sydney is a rare privilege and one we must make the most of, absolutely. From the sport of athletics perspective, we have no doubt that our sport, athletics, will be one of the brightest stars of the 2032 show. This is not a statement made in hubris, it's backed by facts. I wanted to just quote some of the statistics from the Paris 2024 Games that Sebastian Coe, the President of World Athletics, just shared with us a couple of weeks ago. That showed that in Paris 2024, athletics was the #1 Olympic sport with the biggest broadcast reach of any Olympic sport, 1.1 billion people. The media reach was a broadcast of 24 billion. Social media growth was significant, and there was a full stadium every night in Paris with over 1 million tickets sold, which I understand was the most tickets of any event sold. Athletics was represented by 200 countries, 43 of whom won medals, and 75 had athletes in the finals. What we know from Sydney in 2000, from Melbourne in 2006 and from Gold Coast in 2018 is that Brisbane 2032 will be no different for the sport of athletics. You'll see packed stadiums, you'll see iconic moments, and you'll see truly global engagement with the world's most international sport. From our perspective, Australian Athletics is confident our homegrown talent will compete with pride and distinction, and there's a couple of names from Queensland athletes who are gaining a lot of attention already. Ever since the Games was announced, Australian Athletics has been really consistent about what our desire is for the Games, and given the role our sport plays in both the Olympics and the Paralympics, we think it is critical that there is a meaningful legacy for athletics. Similar to rowing, we're actually stadium agnostic in terms of the main stadium, but we consider that for a sport that has directly and indirectly more than 4 million participants right around the country, that would be a really unacceptable outcome for our sport to be left with no meaningful legacy. The Queensland Government, as the committee has noted, through the Games Independent Infrastructure Coordination Authority, is doing some really important work through its 100-day review, and we were really pleased to be able to present to that authority late last year on what our ideas are around what a legacy would look like for our sport. Our submission to the authority really focused on 3 outcomes that AA and Queensland Athletics would like from the sport and from Brisbane 2032, namely, 1, to provide an outstanding experience for our athletes and spectators during the Games. Number 2, to provide Queensland with the opportunity to fully leverage the significant pre-Games opportunities that we know will present and will create significant economic returns and community returns to Queensland and Australia. And 3, to leave a suitable legacy that we can leverage post the Games for both athletics, the Queensland community and the broader Australian community. In our view, there are various ways that this can be achieved, and we put some of those ideas forward to the 100-day review, and we look forward to its recommendations and, in due course, the government's response. Thank you, Senators, for this opportunity.
No worries. Thank you, Mr Hollingsworth. Mr Woodhouse.
Thank you, Senator. Swimming Australia, I'd like to thank the committee for the opportunity to appear before today's hearing. We're a very proud swimming nation with a rich history and a bright future for the sport. Swimming Australia is the custodian of Australia's leading Olympic and Paralympic sport, as well as Australia's most popular participation sport. And we're grateful for the government's and the Parliament's support for our work in inspiring Australia through swimming. Swimming Australia initially made a submission to this inquiry in May 2023 with a focus on investment required to deliver sustained high-performance success. And at the outset, I'd like to acknowledge the investments made by the government since that time, which have supported the Dolphins on the path to great success in Paris and delivered a welcome boost on the path to Los Angeles in 2028. Alongside other sports, we'll continue to advocate for investment certainty over the cycle through to LA and beyond to Brisbane 2032, with current investment allocations through to June 2026 only at the moment. I'd like to make a few opening remarks regarding infrastructure planning for Brisbane 2032, which we anticipate is of particular interest to the committee here today. Swimming Australia welcomes the 100-day review initiated by the Queensland Government late last year. We've consistently advocated that current venue plans for the Games are a missed opportunity to deliver much-needed investment in aquatic infrastructure for Brisbane. Swimming Australia has made a joint submission to the 100-day review, together with Diving Australia, Water Polo Australia and Artistic Swimming Australia, and Norta, a Brisbane-based property and infrastructure advisory firm. Brisbane's major aquatic infrastructure is substantially outdated and creates shared challenges for the aquatic sports, including daily access to quality water space and adequate amenities, as well as constraints hosting major events. Our joint submission to the 100-day review proposes the development of a national aquatic centre in Brisbane as a generational opportunity to develop a community asset of national significance, which integrates high-performance excellence with community access and major event capability. The National Aquatic Centre would also host an aquatic sports competition at the Brisbane 2032 Games, but it's needed regardless of the Games. The National Aquatic Centre proposal is supported by World Aquatics, the Australian Olympic Committee and Paralympics Australia, and would be developed adjacent to and integrated with Brisbane's existing Centenary Pool in close proximity to Brisbane's CBD and transport connections. The National Aquatic Centre's design concept includes 3 new pools with functionality to support multiple aquatic sports in training and events modes, alongside a range of other community and high-performance amenities as a national home for the 4 aquatic sports. Importantly, the National Aquatic Centre will also be a community hub, providing grassroots access for year-round use, from hosting school carnivals, club meets through to learn to swim classes and lap swimming. The National Aquatic Centre will unlock significant economic, health and social benefits for Queensland and the nation over the decades beyond 2032, and it's our proposal that the development of the National Aquatic Centre is jointly funded by the Commonwealth and Queensland governments, in line with arrangements for other 2032 venue investments. As it stands, it's disappointing the Games will deliver no venue legacy benefits for Australia's #1 Olympic and Paralympic sport. We urge the committee and governments to support the National Aquatic Centre to ensure the Games deliver a lasting positive legacy for our sports and for our community. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And now we'll just go online and check. Did Hockey Australia or Queensland have an opening statement?
Yes, we do, Senator.
Okay, over to you.
Members of the committee, good afternoon. As the CEO of Hockey Australia, I wish to express my thanks on behalf of our entire sport for the opportunity of appearing before you today. I also acknowledge my colleague Alison sitting next to me from Hockey Queensland, who will be making a brief statement after myself. Alison is, of course, a rabidly parochial Queenslander, but for me, as a Victorian whose state missed out on tremendous opportunities that the 2026 Commonwealth Games would have delivered the state, and also in wearing my hat as CEO of Hockey Australia, we cannot stand idly by to see this generational opportunity for our sport be squandered. The committee is no doubt aware of the significant crossover and commonality that exists between the terms of reference for this inquiry and the terms of reference for the Queensland Government's 100-day review. This shared focus provided us with an opportunity as a sport to lodge our joint submission to the 100-day review with this committee for your consideration as well. I will leave it to Alison to walk you through the gross inadequacies of the existing Games venue master plan for 2032, but I wanted to make a short statement about the concept of legacy. Since the Games were awarded on the 21st of July 2021, there has been much discussion about legacy. Hockey's contention is that legacy is not something to be activated after the Games are over, and is not something we should be waiting for. To do so ensures that the beneficial economic, community and sporting development opportunities in this critical pre-2032 phase will be lost completely, and post-Games outcomes will be significantly reduced. Legacy starts now and extends through the Games period and into the future post-2032. The legacy we are seeking develops the whole of the sport, not just for the elite. One of the best examples we can provide you is where we are speaking to you from this afternoon at Sydney Olympic Park Hockey Centre at Homebush in Sydney. Over 24 years later, after the Sydney Olympic Games were held, it is still being used by the next generation of players. It is a prime example of an Olympic legacy facility that endures. Thank you, and I'll hand over now to Alison.
Thank you, David, and good afternoon, members of the committee. I can see Senator Canavan on screen, so it's good to know I'm not the only parochial Queenslander here today. Senators, the stark and embarrassing reality is that as of today, Brisbane, a newly minted Olympic city, and Queensland as a whole for that matter, cannot host an international hockey tournament. Our submission to the 100-day review is all about how hockey can contribute to the game's success and leave a lasting legacy for Queensland and communities and athletes. Our submission has been deliberately structured in two parts. The first part was the immediate and urgent need to address the Olympic venue for 2032 and the wider whole of state legacy impacts, which we are lodging with the supplementary submission next week. And we will also provide this copy to the committee. The key point that emerges from our analysis of Queensland's state of readiness and in noting the focus and terms of reference of the 100-day review in utilising legacy assets and the need for cost efficiency is that the Gold Coast Hockey Centre is the most logical venue for hockey during Brisbane 2032. It is a tried games location, a facility asset, and having hosted the 2018 Commonwealth Games, it only requires minor upgrades to meet the Olympic requirements. The Gold Coast is cost-effective, ready to go and aligns perfectly with the review's terms of reference and the Games principles of making the most of existing venues. In addition, we have a commitment from the Gold Coast City Council to co-fund the upgrades. It has proven mass transport connections and is very close proximity to the designated athlete village at Robina. In short, for us, it's a no-brainer for the 2032 Olympic hockey venue to be at the Gold Coast. The current Games master plan of temporary drop-in, rip-out pitches at Ballymore is a disastrous choice. It's flood-prone, has significant transport and access constraints, and provides no legacy for hockey at all. David rightly says that legacy needs to be viewed in three parts: during, after, and most importantly, before the Games. This will provide a fundamental opportunity to host prior events. Making the minor upgrades to the Gold Coast will allow us to host pre-games, which are revenue generators. Even our domestic events provide a return on investment of 20 to 1. And these returns also need to be viewed through the lens that hockey is a global sport, as hockey is a top 10 global participation sport, which will provide the Gold Coast and Queensland an opportunity to be a shop front to the world. As soon as we have these facilities that enable us to host these events, we can start showcasing Queensland to the world and generating revenue, as these facility assets need to be seen as revenue generators. These are legacy outcomes we don't have to wait 8 years for. We can deliver these outcomes as soon as the facility improvements are complete. We are committed to ensuring hockey makes a meaningful contribution to 2032 before, during and after the Games, but we cannot deliver any of these legacy outcomes with the drop-in, rip-out pitch that will only be played on for 14 days. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And look, last but not least, Mr Trim, did you have an opening statement?
Just to let you know, I've changed. Can you hear me okay now?
Mr Trim, I might just pause you there. I'm sorry, the audio is still very scratchy. We might ask you, would you be able to phone in? I'll give you time later to make that statement. If you could phone in to that. I think the secretaries provide you a number. If they haven't, or if you haven't got it, get on to them, and that should fix it. Okay, well, we might go to questions then and hopefully come back to Mr Trim before we move on. Senator Mackenzie, I was going to go to you first.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everyone. Great to see you. I just want to go to Swimming Australia. There's been concerns for a long time and around the drop-in, drop-out pool and taxpayers' contribution to that and the lack of legacy for swimmers. It seemed your preferred option is to have a new National Aquatic Centre, $650 million, as I understand it, at the existing Centenary pool. Were you consulted about the plans to have the drop-in, drop-out pool for 32?
No, Senator. There was no consultation at all about that. We found out about it when everyone else did.
Right. Is there any process within the international context for Swimming Australia to make representations to the international swimming body? Is that who would have been consulted as part of the development of the plan? We
don't know who was consulted within the swimming world, if you like, but certainly World Aquatics the governing body, are supporting our proposal for a National Aquatic Centre. They understand that the aquatics infrastructure in Brisbane is very, very outdated. The most modern pool is the 1982 Commonwealth Games pool. I competed there in 1982. I'll say I was 2 years old. I was about 16 years old, but that's the pool where we have our trials. Had our trials last year, and it's got great memories. The pool, of course, but it's not suitable for international competition and not suitable for most domestic competitions either.
Right. So the international body is very clear about supporting your request. Have they made that request clear to the IOC?
I'm not sure if they've made it directly to the IOC, but they've provided support. They've attended some of our briefing sessions. They've provided a letter of support, which has been included in our submission to the 100-day review as well.
And is the IOC supportive of Swimming Australia's position?
Sorry, Senator, I couldn't hear the question.
Is the AOC supportive of Swimming Australia?
Yes, they are. Like Paralympics Australia and World Aquatics, they also provided a letter of support from the President and the CEO.
So you don't know who thought the drop-in, drop-out pool was a good idea?
No, but look, the drop-in pool was a success in Paris. People talk about the success of the drop-in pool and the crowds. There's one in particular outstanding French swimmer, Léon Marchand, and I was fortunate enough to be there, Senator, and it was fantastic. But the best legacy of the Olympics across all the sports was the fact that a brand new aquatic centre was built in Paris, and that was used for the other aquatic sports, and that now becomes the home of swimming, diving, water polo and artistic swimming in France, and it's being used for the European Championships next year as an example. So, it has been done before, but we believe that the cost investment is an investment in a facility which is going to have such great community use ongoing, not just for the next 2 years or for 2 weeks during the Games, but for the next 50, 60 years is very, very valuable.
What about the aquatic infrastructure nationally? Obviously, you're talking specifically about Queensland. This isn't just the Brisbane Games, it's an Australian Games. It's going to have the federal taxpayer assisting in funding these facilities and transport infrastructure. Can you talk us through the aquatic infrastructure more broadly in the national footprint and how you would see the potential for a new facility in Brisbane complementing what already exists?
Certainly. The current Brisbane Aquatic Centre is the most outdated of all the capital mainland cities. I think the most recent one is the Melbourne Sports and Aquatic Centre, built around 2004, 2005, and Sydney Olympic Park before that, of course. But so the major aquatic centres are outdated. One of the benefits of building this National Aquatic Centre for all four of the aquatic sports, but particularly for swimming, is when we do host these international events, and we are planning a whole raft of different events to bring swimming to the fans here in Australia, because there is a big demand for it. We know that a lot of athletes and teams from other countries will be coming in, not just coming into Brisbane to compete, but coming in to prepare for those big competitions right through Queensland, and particularly North Queensland, where even the Australian Dolphins go and have their training camps as well.
In part of our role, and all of us on this call that are representatives, are being lobbied left, right and centre by local councils who are now having deteriorating legacy projects, shall we say, of the old 1956 Olympic-sized swimming pools, which are in every country town, probably not left many in the suburbs, but they are a great legacy for country areas over many, many decades, but are now coming to end of life. Is Swimming Australia looking at that more community legacy type of arrangement rather than just for, I understand you're saying it's a community venue, as MSAC is down here, but there was something quite visionary, I think, about making sure even the smallest country towns shared in that Olympic dream and vision and spirit post-56 with the Olympic swimming pool program.
Absolutely, Senator, and it's quite remarkable that there were so many pools built, and that's why they're called Olympic pools, because they were built off the back of the 1956 Olympics, and a lot of them are starting to close down. They're falling apart, and concrete cancer and things like that, and it's becoming more and more difficult for councils, local councils, to keep them updated and maintained. Strangely enough, that's one of the issues with the Brisbane Aquatic Centre. That's obviously a major centre, but the maintenance costs are getting exorbitant. So I'm sure it won't be around in 15, 20 years' time. But that community aspect of swimming pools is absolutely crucial from a health and lifestyle and wellbeing point of view across the country. We are advocating as a governing body for local council support to keep pools open in the first place and to contribute funds to keep them maintained so they can stay open for decades to come.
Hockey Australia, I just wanted to ask you a question about the Ballymore proposal and the new synthetic pitch at your preferred site on the Gold Coast. What modelling have you done around that preference?
So, in our interview with the committee, we believe the costs are upwards of $30 million at Ballymore for drop-in. So that's $30 million that delivers no legacy for the game of hockey. Whereas on the Gold Coast, we believe the costs to be up to around $6 to $10 million, of which the Gold Coast City Council will pay half of those costs. Plus, it will give us a legacy.
Okay, and your $30 million price tag's based on what?
Based on what the committee has notified us when we submitted our review.
What consultation? So you've made it clear, Hockey Australia's made it clear your preferred option, yes?
Correct.
And has international hockey been advised of Hockey Australia's views?
They have.
And have they then let the IOC or the Queensland Government or the organising committee or the AOC know?
We're unsure if they've let them know. They are very supportive of this Olympic Games delivering a legacy outcome for the sport, and that's where they're fully supportive of the Gold Coast, because it will deliver legacy for our sport. As I mentioned in our statement, Senator, the new generation of Hockeyroos and Kookaburras played last night here against the Olympic champions in the Dutch and the silver medalists in the Chinese in a facility that really hasn't been touched since the Sydney Olympic Games, which we all know the Hockeyroos won gold.
Yeah, no, I get that. I'm just trying to understand how you're applying pressure to the decision makers. And is that coming through you? Are you also going through the IOC, through the international body? I want to know who knows what and how seriously they're taking it.
Thank you, Senator. From 2021, when the announcement was made that hockey would be held with drop-in rip-out pitches at Ballymore, we had been advocating for legacy. So Queensland and Hockey Australia have been advocating since that time with the Queensland Government and with the decision makers within Council, Brisbane City Council and also Gold Coast City Council to think about changing that decision to put forward a legacy infrastructure for hockey. We've completed a major infrastructure feasibility study which outlines that we actually have a deficit of synthetic pitches in Brisbane of up to 7 turfs that we require in Brisbane. So through this process, yes, we've done a lot of advocating and lobbying. We have consulted with the FIH, who have also been, and we actually had President Tayyab Ikram from the FIH out here last year, and we met with Premier Miles at the time around the need to build infrastructure for hockey. So yes, they have been working with us through this process.
And we have a full
does the AOC publicly and privately support your pitch, shall we say?
We're unsure.
Well, we should have heard from you. We might put that on notice to Mr Carroll. Thank you. I have no further questions, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. Now, I might just use this break to check if Mr Trim, have you phoned in?
I have phoned in. Can you hear me now, Senator?
That's a lot better. We can hear you loud and clear. So, Mr Trim, sorry about that, but I'll give you an opportunity to make that opening statement now.
Thank you. So thanks to the committee and letting me talk today. I'm the president of Paddle Australia. So by way of brief explanation, canoe kayak events at the Olympic and Paralympic Games are a combination of 2 distinct sports, you could call it. So sprint, which is flat water, and slalom, which is the white water. At the Olympic Games, races are held on whitewater and flat water events. At the Paralympic Games, events are only held on flat water as para-canoe events. At the outset, I'll let you know some disclosures. I'm a Queenslander, I'm a kayak paddler. I lived in the Redlands region for over 15 years and my children went to school there. So I have a vested interest. I trained for the 1996 Atlanta Olympic Games in the Redlands and I'm a life member of the Redlands Canoe Club. I was fortunate enough to be the beneficiary of elite pathways, one of which was provided by the Queensland Academy of Sport, and I'm one of the top 10 athletes of the decade between 1990 and 2000. I had the honour of representing Australia at 3 Olympic Games, Summer Olympic Games, with the same partner, Daniel Collins, in the K2 500, and we were bronze and silver medalists, bronze in Atlanta and silver in Sydney. So I need to concede to what I'll describe. I have an informed bias as to what our sport delivers for community, our community, the paddlers, the athletes, the families that support those athletes, and the places we train and compete. I'm very proud of our paddlers and what we've achieved over the years at the Olympics and recently at the Paris Olympic Games. We have 12 Olympic gold medalists overall from paddling, 13 silver medalists and 28 bronze medalists. The para-canoe, we've only had 3 Olympic Games, Rio, Tokyo and Paris. We've got 9 medals in total, 4 gold, 3 silver, 2 bronze. And in Paris, 11 out of our 18 athletes from our sport came home with a medal, so 61% of our team. And of course, Jess Fox was the Olympic team flag bearer. Jess and Noemi won every women's canoe slalom medal that was available. And every male sprint team member came home with a medal. And every para-canoe team athlete came home with a medal. So as Australians, we've got a lot to be proud of with our paddlers at Olympic and Paralympic level. As a sport, we wanted to avail ourselves to this opportunity to speak with you today. As you're aware, there is a significant degree of similarity between the terms of reference for this inquiry and the government's 100-day review of the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games infrastructure. So as a sport, we made the decision to share with this committee our submission to the 100-day review process, and we're so happy for that submission to be public. We have also participated in a series of gateway reviews, project validation reports and previous Queensland Government 60-day review process, which examined both the proposed venue for our whitewater and flatwater events. At times, we feel a little frustrated by the confidentiality attached to these various review processes, not from a compliance perspective, the more that we're restricted in our ability to rebut inaccurate information that is put into the marketplace. So to the extent we are able, we want to take this opportunity to share that 100-day review with you and discuss two main issues. While we know that the Redlands Whitewater Centre will be an absolute jewel in Queensland's 2032 crown, and that's before, during and after the Games, and Wirralong, which we share with rowing as a proposed flatwater venue as well, delivers very little legacy for our sport, and why we are asking that an urgent and thorough feasibility study be undertaken of Hings Dam. I look forward to your questions, and thank you again for the opportunity, and my apologies for our problems with the sound earlier.
No problems, Mr Trim. We made it work. Thank you very much. Now I'm going to go to Senator Allman-Payne.
Thanks very much, Chair. My questions are for Mr Woodhouse and Swimming Australia. And I do want to preface it by saying I was one of those young people who grew up in a small regional town in Queensland that had an Olympic pool, and I spent much of my youth attending swim meets at Chandler Aquatic Centre. So I was one of those young people who watched the Commonwealth Games and thought it was pretty awesome and got in the pool. So I totally understand the value of a good venue. Notwithstanding that, I want to ask whether Swimming Australia, I guess when it put together its proposal for the Centenary Pool and the adjacent Victoria Park, was Swimming Australia aware of the concerns around the fact that item 15.3 of the host contract requires that the host, Olympic Committee, Organising Committee and Government ensures that they're not located in or adjacent to statutory nature, cultural protected areas or heritage sites? And was Swimming Australia or is Swimming Australia aware of the fact that Victoria Park is actually part of the Queensland State Heritage Register? Was that taken into account when that proposal was pulled together?
Thank you, Senator. And yes, I do share your concerns and totally appreciate your views. And to answer the question, were we aware of 15.3? It was we're not aware of the details of the host contract, no. But we did engage and have engaged for our proposal various expert consultants, for example, Gaskell planning consultants that did the preliminary town planning for us, so the assessment they undertook. And that assessment indicated the land that we're proposing to have the facility built on is zoned for sport and recreation and suitable for accommodating major sporting facilities. We certainly expect the local environmental factors to be addressed as part of any detailed site planning in line with established practice if our proposal gets to the point where it is considered suitable to proceed for further analysis.
Mm-hmm. And so was Swimming Australia also aware then or not aware of 15.1 and 15.2 in the host contract, which goes to the sustainability and the climate positive role of the Olympics and the concerns then around actually removing, I guess, concreting over, a significant part of the parkland that's currently being rewilded, et cetera, et cetera?
I'm not sure if Swimming Australia was aware of that, the exact 15.1, but certainly has given careful consideration to those local environmental factors, including avoiding established vegetation areas and maintaining and ideally enhancing visual integrity of the area and so forth. All aspects of heritage values, for example, need careful consideration in that detailed site planning that would take place if this venue is recommended for further investigation and analysis.
I'm certainly aware, I guess, through previous hearings that we've had and the previous review, which is now being superseded by the current one, was certainly aware at the time that there were consultants, who were putting up proposals for venues around the city off the back of their own architectural designs or the like, and I'm sure that certain consultants, can see that there's a a financial opportunity there. Was it the case that Swimming Australia put forward the idea of building in Victoria Park, or was that proposed by a consultant to Swimming Australia?
Thanks, Senator. Swimming Australia are actually very late to the party on this one. I only joined Swimming Australia in April 2024. Until then, the other aquatic sports were involved and they had engaged with Norta, a infrastructure advisory firm, who are working on a pro bono basis. And they were working on various plans and they were very much site agnostic, and to a degree still are, but very much site agnostic in terms of where this proposed site might be. But given the topography of the land and various other factors that were considered, and particularly it being adjacent to the Centenary Pool site, this was the site that was considered by far to be the best possible venue, best possible location.
I guess that depends on what the criteria are for best. I mean, if you're prioritising green space in the middle of the city, you might have a different view. Is it the case that Swimming Australia's priority, because I certainly understand the shock and concern. I certainly, as I said, as a former swimmer, when I saw the idea of, we're going to drop a pool in and then just take it away, that seems incredibly wasteful. Is the priority of Swimming Australia to have an aquatic centre at Victoria Park, or is the priority of Swimming Australia to have a national aquatic centre that is a legacy venue, that is permanent, as opposed to necessarily it having to be at Victoria Park?
Yeah, it's the latter, Senator. It's having a national aquatic centre that is permanent. It provides that legacy for all 4 aquatic sports across high performance, all the way down to the pathways and the pipeline and the clubs and so on, and also one that provides fantastic community use. So that's our number one priority. As I mentioned, all the different possible locations and alternatives were considered at length by the experts and by the governing bodies as well, and this was the site which was highly recommended.
All right, so notwithstanding it's been recommended, Swimming Australia's priority is having a legacy venue, and if it turns out that there can be a better site for that that's not going to impinge on heritage values, First Nations land, city green space, then that's a potential option on the table.
It's absolutely a potential option. Again, we have considered, and I think that a lot of experts have considered a lot of different venues, and this is weighing up all of those factors. But whatever happens moving forward, all of those really important considerations need to be analysed in great detail.
All right, thanks very much. That's all my questions, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Payne. I've just got a few before we wrap up. As I think I highlighted earlier, one of the criteria of the 100-day review is benefits to rural and regional Queensland, and it is one of the Queensland Government's priorities, I note too. What in your proposals to either the 100-day review or previously decided benefits regional Queensland as a result of the Games? Anyone? This is a question to everybody. So anyone want to go first?
I can start, Senator.
Yep.
For us, as I briefly mentioned before, particularly the north of Queensland is vitally important for the sport of swimming. We've had some great athletes come from North Queensland and win Olympic gold medals and World Championships and Paralympic gold medals as well, and long may that continue. Some of the pools up there, they are ageless compared to other places in Australia, but Swimming Australia and the Dolphins still use some of those facilities for regular training camps. In fact, before, I think it was just after the Olympic trials and Paralympic trials, Dean Boxall's team went up to Townsville, I think it was, for camps. And so Swimming Australia will continue to use those facilities. We do have plans for expanding our national and international events here in Australia, and Queensland is an obvious venue if this facility is built in Brisbane, and that will bring lots of teams to Australia. And those teams don't just turn up 1 or 2 days before an event. They go and train somewhere for a couple of weeks, and North Queensland is usually the place, not just because of the climate and the weather, but great hospitality, and of course they always love getting a great steak in Rockhampton.
Are there new investments as a result in regional Queensland?
Any new investments?
Yeah, new. No. Any others?
Not from swimming.
Any others? Go Miss Cook.
Yes.
No, yep. We'll go to Ms Cook first. I also note, Hockey, you've got your hand up. We'll get there. Yep, sorry.
Yes, we hope that the Games will stimulate investment throughout regional Queensland as well. We have obviously very passionate pockets of the sport throughout Queensland, including in Rockhampton, as I mentioned earlier, Bundaberg, Longreach. So it is our hope that the infrastructure upgrades throughout the state can help to invest in some of what we know is really crumbling infrastructure. We know that Rockhampton is a really important base for Rowing Australia. The Australian rowing team prepared for Tokyo, which was one of our most successful games there. We held our staging camp. It would be our intention to do the same for both LA and for Brisbane. We did hope to prepare for the World Championships in Shanghai this year in Rockhampton, but unfortunately due to the lack of infrastructure, the course was washed away late last year, and also no permanent ablution facilities to service the team. We are unable to do that, which is deeply upsetting for the team, because we do hope that Rockhampton will be our home away from home and very much get behind our team as we lead into those Olympic campaigns. So we very much hope that there will be a national but also a statewide lens, particularly for Queensland, off the back of these games.
Okay, thank you. Mr Hollingsworth?
Thanks, Senator. Just reiterating a point and adding another one to my colleagues. In relation to the opportunities before the Games, absolutely what we know is that international teams will want to come to Australia and to base themselves here, not just in the year before the Olympics and the Paralympics, but many years before. That was absolutely experienced in 2000. And by way of example, Townsville and the track there has been a popular place for athletes to base themselves, and we expect there'll be other opportunities, and also opportunities for councils hopefully to invest in their athletic infrastructure. The broader point I'd make about legacy, though, and perhaps to add some colour to it, is that legacy is not just about infrastructure. And I want to give you a really great example of that, and that is from the Sydney Olympics. So there's loads of great infrastructure legacy from those games, but one of the most significant for our sport has been the Sydney Marathon, which is a mass participation event which has now got 25,000 competitors, growing to 35,000 this year to next year. There's no reason why, as part of the Games legacy, and we would absolutely encourage governments to be involved in this, is in creating legacy events that can last beyond the Games. For example, you could have Olympic, Paralympic participation runs that are run annually after the Games or in the lead up to the Games that involve thousands of people from young to old actively involved. And you can do that across a number of sports, of course. So I think legacy has that impact in relation to infrastructure, and I understand that's what the 100-day review is focused on, but there's also a really important part around participation and utilising the other assets that might exist and engaging with the community from a participation perspective.
Okay. And as I mentioned, Hockey, I think you had your hand up.
Yeah, before I pass to my colleague, Alison, just noting that two of the greatest players to ever play our sport do come from Rockhampton, and Jamie Dwyer and Mark Knowles. I've already written to a lot of my colleagues, in fact 8 CEOs from other nations, around utilising Queensland as a base, not just in the lead up to 2032, but starting now. There's a facility, as you mentioned, in Rockhampton. There's a decent facility in Cairns. There's a facility in Townsville. So we've already written to the other countries to be able to get them to come down here to utilise those facilities in the lead up to events that we host in Australia.
And we also have 16,000 members throughout Queensland, from Cairns, Townsville, Bundaberg, Mackay, Rockhampton, Gladstone, Gympie, Sunshine Coast. We're out to Toowoomba. We are everywhere within Queensland. And this is what our second part of the submission will really focus on, is ensuring that those centres that actually develop the players that are going to be there in 2032 have got the support and infrastructure they need to be able to help these players perform at their best come 2032. Queensland actually has the strongest female pathway in Australia, and we need to make sure that we're providing a lot of great environments for those young women and men to really develop their skills. So we're taking home gold medals in 2032 in the same way that we did in Sydney 2000.
Okay, thank you. Just moving on, I just wanted to follow up from Senator Payne on Victoria Park. This was quite a topic of conversation at our hearing last hearing we had in Brisbane. At the time, I think we only really discussed the athletics stadium being there and related training fields. Now I see there's a proposal for aquatics as well. I mean, what's the cumulative impact here? There were already very large concerns about taking away that green space from the local community, and I was up staying there recently, and there's a lot of community opposition. How much of the park will be taken up if both the aquatics and the athletics are there?
The aquatics centre it's still technically part of Victoria Park, but it's actually on the other side of the inner city bypass.
Right.
So where the Centenary Pool is, there's a parcel of land that is technically part of Victoria Park, but the main part of the park is actually across the inner city bypass. I'm not from Brisbane, so I can't be any more detailed.
So is it taking up green space, so to speak? What your proposal is?
Yes.
It will take up some of that.
Yes,
I know what you're referring to. Okay, and Mr Hollingsworth, what proportion of the park was? Yeah, well, I think we probably have that from the former hearing, but
I understand. Look, Senator, in terms of the actual, from athletics perspective, there's a distinction between what might end up being the main stadium for the Olympics and for the athletics, and what we consider as what would be a legacy for the sport, and they're actually two different things. So, from our perspective, we're not looking for a 60,000 seat track and field stadium that's permanently left after the games. What we're looking for is a fit for purpose stadium, and one of our proposals is that could be what will effectively be the warm-up track for wherever the main stadium is. So if it was in Victoria Park, wherever the main stadium is for the track and field at the Olympics in 2032 and Paralympics, a full 400-metre track, warm-up track is required, as was required in any international event. And our proposal is that would be the legacy. The warm-up track could be left as a legacy and configured in an international context for 10 to 15,000 people, as it was, for example, in Sydney. So in terms of the impact of wherever the main stadium is, it will need a warm-up stadium, so the impact of those two. I'm not sure what that would look like in Victoria Park.
Is that the proposal of Victoria Park, to keep the warm-up stadium long term?
I haven't seen the specifics.
So I suppose the risk with Victoria Park from your proposal would be that that's a very central location to keep two stadiums. It's a lot of land taken up right near Brisbane. Has that been raised with you at all as a concern?
We haven't been consulted directly on Victoria Park, but it is absolutely true that wherever the main stadium is, whether it's Victoria Park or another location, hosting an international athletics event requires a warm-up facility, and so it will require two tracks.
And that was the committee put shade on the Gabba proposal for that reason. That it's very, very difficult to do that in that part of Brisbane. But I do wonder then, keeping two. So I was going to ask, but your basic understanding is that any main stadium, they'll rip out the track post the games. They'll rip out the track and have that to play cricket and AFL, whatever. Well, that has been our concern, and I mean that has been realised in the last two international events in 2006 and 2018 Commonwealth Games. Effectively, it's like for swimming, it's a drop-in pool. It's a track, but the stadium is effectively used for other sports, cricket and AFL and other sports, and the legacy for athletics is non-existent. So, under our proposal, there's two propositions. Regardless of what the Queensland government's decision is around the main stadium, there will need to be a warm-up stadium. So that could be a legacy for the sport of athletics in the way that it occurred in Sydney. Or alternatively, and I guess to Rob's point from swimming, the legacy from the 1982 Commonwealth Games is currently the venue for athletics in Queensland, which is the 50-year-old venue, which needs to be upgraded regardless of whatever decisions are made. And we would contend that is also a modest upgrade to that facility could be a lasting legacy for the sport, and indeed used as part of the lead up to and even during the games. It could possibly even be used as a warm-up track depending on where the final main stadium was and how the access could be done between those two stadiums, as has been done in other cities. So there's a couple of options we've put forward to the committee. But drop-in tracks into major stadiums will leave no legacy for the sport, and that would be, from our perspective, a great disappointment. Okay. I just want to turn to another issue then now, Paddle Australia and possibly rowing as well, but particularly Paddle Australia, your submission on page, hang on, I might have different, page 4 of your submission. Sorry? Oh, okay. Sorry, I did miss. That was remiss of me. I believe Swimming Australia has to go.
I do apologise.
So I might just ask: is everybody okay if we release Swimming Australia? No other questions. I'm fine with it. Yep, my other senators are fine. Thank you for your time. Sorry, remiss of me. I did get the message.
Thank you for the opportunity.
I hope you make your plane.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll keep going with others though. Paddle Australia, as I said in your submission, you say that. I think I just want to clarify. You're saying that the paddle and rowing events comprised 8% of the overall cohort, like 10,500 athletes. Is that right?
If you combine the athletes between rowing and kayak, yeah.
Really? It's amazing. Right. Okay.
Two big sports. Yeah.
Yeah. So is that with the Warralong proposal? How many beds do they have to build to accommodate that many people? They have to build, I suppose, something like 11,000 beds.
There's 10,000 athletes, so 1,100 beds.
11,000, you mean? Sorry.
There's 10,800 athletes or 10,400 athletes overall at the Olympic Games.
Yep.
So we're 8% of that. So
oh, you're 8% of that. Okay, that's what I misinterpreted.
800 beds.
Okay, right. Okay, all right. That's a little bit more reasonable. I was going to say we're going to build a new city. Okay, all right. Okay, it's still a very large proportion of the athletes. A big deal then, obviously. Look, I wanted to. You've obviously put on the table Hinds Dam. Why aren't you putting Warralong forward or accepting it, I suppose, as the current proposal?
From a paddling perspective, Senator, as you would know, it's a fair way from Brisbane and the Gold Coast. So our high performance unit is based on the Gold Coast. We have visiting international teams come to train there, but the only world-class course that we can really see at the moment is in Sydney. Warralong. If we're going to bring a world championship to Australia, we're going to bring a world championship to Queensland. Accommodation, transport, it's a long way to get a lot of people. And from a paddling perspective, we only need 1,000 metres. We don't need the 2,000 metres that rowing needs. So we don't need that length of course. Obviously, we're tied together at the Olympic Games, but World Championships and things, we just wouldn't go back there.
Right. Okay. It's presumably it makes sense from an economic perspective to keep the sports together for the Olympic Games. We wouldn't have two venues.
It's the preference. It's the preference of both international bodies. There is a precedent in Barcelona, the Barcelona Olympic Games. We were separated from rowing. We had a 1,000-metre course at Castelldefels, I think it was. So there is a precedent to being separated. There's an option for us for Coomera. Gold Coast City Council has put that up as a possible course. We would prefer not to split from rowing. Historically, we have been together, and it is obviously cost-effective for the IOC to run both events together.
Okay. And maybe just to bring rowing in here, you've also suggested that at least Hinds Dam should be considered, in your view. There had been a former study, I think, done about it. Were you able to see that study, that feasibility study, and was it wrong in its conclusions, in your view?
We haven't seen a full feasibility study. Certainly we haven't been provided one or given visibility on one. We know that a desktop analysis was done on a number of venues.
Okay.
So we wouldn't see that anything extensive that we're aware of has been done on Hinds. If that exists, we would absolutely welcome that being made public. We have held national rowing events on Hinds previously, including, I think, national championships. I raced an Australian University Championships on Hinds in 2005. So, it has been used as a venue. We know that the dam wall was raised in 2011 because water levels were a concern prior to that, but we understand that since the wall was raised, it hasn't dropped below 85% capacity.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that, and obviously that'd be something for a feasibility study, but it is connected to the water grid, isn't it? And obviously subject to dry periods potentially, but you're confident with the wall being raised, it can, for the legacy, it can stay at a reasonable level?
Certainly the levels that we've seen over the last 14 years since the wall was raised would indicate that would be fine. And so for that reason, we would like to see that explored as a venue. I guess what is unknown is the Olympic overlay and the permanent infrastructure and the orientation of a course and that infrastructure. We're just not sure. We just don't know whether that's possible or not. So we would certainly urge that to be considered.
Okay, great. Senator Mackenzie, I think, had another... Oh, sorry, Mr Trim wanted to add something, and then I'll go to Senator Mackenzie. Mr Trim, did you have a comment to make? Yep, further comment?
Yes, just quickly, I think one of the great advantages of HIMS is the athletes would be accommodated at the sub-site on the Gold Coast, so you wouldn't be having to build a completely new village. I think that's another advantage. And I think there was a desktop feasibility study done, but what we're requesting is let's have a good look at it.
Sure. I'd say Rock Vegas is a much better place than the Gold Coast anyway. But Senator Mackenzie, over to you.
Well, it's a nice little segue. Thanks, Chair. I understood that the 100-day review had a specific terms of reference related to rural and regional Queensland's participation and opportunity with respect to the Olympic Games and legacy, etc., etc. Now, I understand the benefit of the pre-Games training space, etc. I would like, and this is probably a question on notice because I know we're pushing against time now, on notice, if each of these NSOs could provide the committee with the different way you have addressed that specific term of reference in your submission to the 100-day review as opposed to your original perspective. Because as I sit here and listen, there's a lot of lovely words about how many fabulous athletes come from the regions. We don't all end up at the Olympics. Some of us, like Senator Altman-Payne and I, end up really great phys ed teachers who are now senators. But the regions produce great athletes, as you've all made the case. We're just not confident. I want to understand in more detail how you've changed your submission and your perspective of Brisbane 32 in response to the Queensland Government's 100-day review, making it quite explicit around rural and regional Queensland opportunities. That's one for on notice. Thank you.
Are we taking that as a comment, I think, or is there a question?
No, they're going to provide the difference between their original plans and the changed plan with respect to the 100-day review, rural and regional content. On notice?
Or yes, okay. All right, that's understood by everyone, and we might just ask the committee to forward that to Swimming Australia as well, who have left early. Thank you for that. And look, I've just got one final thing. Some people have mentioned making a second submission to the 100-day review, and as a fellow submitter, I didn't know that was possible. Is that possible? I just declare an interest there, but is it?
Well, this probably addresses Senator Mackenzie's question on notice, which is that we intend to, and we identified in our submission that we would be making a supplementary submission. Obviously, we only found out about the review, I think it was the 10th of December, and submissions were required on the 10th of January.
Tell me about it.
So the Christmas period after an Olympic and Paralympic year was not an ideal time for us to be doing a major piece of work. So we did indicate that we would like more time to consider particularly that regional and rural element in our case, and so that's something we intend to address in this supplementary submission, which we've indicated to the review panel we'll submit by the end of next week. So we would be happy to forward that on to the committee once we've completed that.
So I didn't have to interrupt my holidays finishing mine. But anyway, all right, thank you very much to everyone. If there are no more questions, thank you very much for giving us your time again to this committee. It has been very useful to date. And I think some questions have been taken on notice. We're asking for those back February 25th. Sorry, I'm getting confused from another inquiry. But February 25th, if you could bring those back, that'd be great. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day and your weekend. Now we might just suspend briefly.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Senator.
Get our next.
Just to double check that Scenic Rim are
Yep.
online.
Yep. Do we know if they're online? Thank you. Actually, I might just. Just in suspension, so no, this is being. Ready to go? Okay, so look, I'll now welcome representatives from the Scenic Rim Regional Council. I understand the information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. I'd also remind senators that as a representative of local government, they are, I suppose, officers of a state government in effect, and so the resolutions around asking matters of opinion holds. For the record, could you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear?
Yes, Duncan McGuinness. I'm Deputy Mayor and Acting Mayor just at the present time for the next few weeks. So, I'm a Divisional Councillor for in the Burner area.
Great. And
my name is David Keenan. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Scenic Rim Regional Council.
Thank you very much. At the outset, as I did earlier, I'll just declare an interest here as a proud resident of Central Queensland. I have put forward a proposal for rowing and canoeing to go to Rockhampton, but as Chair, of course, I'll be fair and balanced as I can be this today. There's an opportunity for you to make an opening statement if you like, and then we'll go to questions. It's up to you. Would you like an opening statement?
Maybe a small one, thanks, Senator.
Go.
Rowing is our big effort that we've been put a lot of time and effort behind, as well as rowing though, and that's on Warralong Dam. Equestrian, mountain bikes and whitewater rafting is other things that we've expressed interest in whether that comes to pass in any form, but rowing is our big one, and where the state championships were just held 2 weeks ago, and of the support of the state and federal bodies of rowing. I think that basically sets out where we are. Within an hour of Brisbane, and it's quite good. The area here, looking at very easy to less than an hour to the Gold Coast, 3/4 of an hour to the Gold Coast, and we have a lot of accommodation in the area and a lot other planned in the coming few years.
Thank you.
Just leave it.
Yeah, no
for the
worries.
time being.
No problems at all. Thank you very much for that. I'll just have a few questions. I suppose just to start with, where maybe get an update on where the proposal's up to. My understanding at the time of the Quirk review is that there's still a question about whether the course would need to be moved or not to accommodate the additional infrastructure required in the Olympics. Has there been final decisions made about whether the current footprint of the course could stay where it is, or will it have to be moved to fit in the extra sheds, etc., that are needed?
Yeah, I think they came out saying that the present course was quite applicable and quite good for what was needed, but there was going to be extra expense involved in moving the course elsewhere, and this is, as I say, it's been there for the state championships a couple of weeks ago, so there is a lot of area in there.
Right.
Available.
Okay. If the course does have to be moved, my understanding is that a new road will be built. Is that something that council, are you involved in the planning of that? Would that be a council road that you'd be responsible for?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we've had initial discussions. The ownership of that road would be needed to be agreed upon by a number of parties, so it would need to be agreed upon by state government as well as local government as well as South East Queensland Water. But that's yet to be confirmed, and we're participating in the 100-day review, and that will be picked up as part of that process.
Okay. All right. And what is the situation with power and water and sewage? Is that would need to be built as well, would it?
There is existing water and sewer facilities that would need to be expanded.
Okay.
That doesn't really prove to be an issue. That can be done and have legacy effects post the games. So we're fairly confident most of that can be looked after.
All right. And in terms of the athletes, where would they stay? And what are the plans long term? Any accommodation that would be built? What would happen?
Yeah, there's 6 different bodies of expressed interest. There's some accommodation around the place already, but up to 1,500 beds have been talked about, and believe it'll come to fruition if we're given the game. So, and that's all within 30 minutes of the Warralong Dam.
Okay, so Coralban's not necessarily the spot that they'd go. There could be other options.
I think you'd need to ask the person who operates the Coralban facility. We can't speak on their behalf. What we can say is that we have a commitment to 1,522 beds from both the private sector and the government sector.
Okay. And then look, before, unless there are other questions, I mean, are there any other legacies that you'd like to outline about if having it at Warralong? What's the legacy of that for Queensland?
Well, can I just touch on there first? It's not only Warralong. There's 4 other dam sites around within 30 minutes of Warralong for training. So we've got Mugra Dam, we've got quite a number around Maroon Dam. There's quite a number of other sites around the place that can be used for training, and we think there'll be a lot of people come out here beforehand, and they can train away from the dam where there is Mugra Dam. I think there's a few hundred beds being talked of there, 350 from memory.
Correct.
Yeah. So it's at a private or a school setup, and they would be could train. Yeah, more than one group could be training at Mugra Dam, for instance, where they wouldn't be interfering with each other.
Okay. All right. Well, if there is nothing else that you'd like to tell us, and I don't think there are any other questions, we really appreciate your time today. I don't think you go for it. There's still time. Go out, please add.
Yeah. Can we just highlight the fact that we've also put in for a joint partnership with the equine, and that joint partnership is with Aquis and with the Gold Coast Turf Club. We'd also like to say that we've expressed an interest in the whitewater rafting, and we've also expressed an interest in the mountain bikes as well.
Okay.
So we're fairly keen to be involved. We believe that We've answered a lot of the questions that have come through in relation to transport, in relation to accommodation. We're comfortable with what we've provided back to the State Government's Review Committee.
Okay.
Yeah, on the equestrian, there's been for training facilities, there's been a recent $4 million upgrade to the Boona Showgrounds, where ideal place for big training before the Olympics too, especially if it's held in this area.
It's definitely a big horse area, your council. So, all right, well, thank you for coming along today and providing that useful evidence. As I said, I don't think you've taken any questions on notice, but if you do have any more information to provide us, we'd ask that by Friday the 21st of February so we can prepare our report. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day and have a great weekend. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay.
Thanks, Senator.
Thank you. And so I'll now suspend for a break and we'll come back at 3:15. check the technology before I formally kick off. It's Senator Matthew Canavan here. Hansard ready. I'll reconvene this hearing and now welcome representatives from the Queensland Government, the Games Independent Infrastructure and Coordination Authority. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. And once again, I remind senators that we have resolved that an officer of a department of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions to another officer or to a minister. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today? You can decide the order up there in Brisbane.
Thank you, Senator. We might start to my left, your right.
Yeah, Nick Elliott, Chief Finance Officer from GEICA.
Damon Hall, Executive Group Manager, Infrastructure and Services from the Games Independent Infrastructure Coordination Authority.
Good afternoon, David Hourigan. I'm the Chief Executive of GEICA.
Andrew Hopper, the Director General for the Department of Sport, Racing and Olympic and Paralympic Games.
Leah Kelly, Deputy Director General, Department of State Development, Infrastructure and Planning.
Fantastic. Thank you for all appearing. We really appreciated all of your evidence input throughout our inquiry. You have the opportunity to make an opening statement if you'd like. Would you like to do that?
Yes, please, Senator.
Over to you.
Thank you, Senator. And thank you all for inviting the Queensland Government to assist with this inquiry. I'm pleased to be representing the Queensland Government on its third occasion speaking at a public hearing for this inquiry. And these opening remarks are on behalf of all the representatives, but equally everyone's here to answer the questions as they come. The Queensland Government is working to set the stage for a successful Games whilst also creating a lasting legacy for the Queensland community that will reap benefits prior to the Games and beyond. In October 2024, following the commencement of a new term of government, the Queensland Government defined ministerial responsibilities for the Olympic and Paralympic Games, where the Deputy Premier, Minister for State Development, Infrastructure and Planning, and Minister for Industrial Relations is responsible for Olympic and Paralympic Games infrastructure. And a new Olympic and Paralympic portfolio was created, led by the Minister for Sport and Racing and Minister for the Olympic and Paralympic Games. These changes allowed for the creation of departmental structures that will progress the 2032 Games planning. The Queensland Government made election commitments to conduct a 100-day review to map out infrastructure and transport needs for Queensland and the Olympic and Paralympic Games. Appoint an independent infrastructure coordination authority to conduct a review and map out infrastructure and transport needs for Queensland and the Games and report in 100 days. In accordance with these commitments, the Brisbane Olympic and Paralympic Games arrangements and other legislation amendment Bill 2024 was passed and enacted on the 29th of November 2024, which enabled further specific deliverables on firm timelines to drive forward the 2032 Games planning and delivery. Passing of the bill allowed for the establishment of the Games Independent Infrastructure and Coordination Authority, appointment of its board, and the commencement of a 100-day review of games related to infrastructure. Other key amendments included to ensure Queensland's regional areas receive legacy benefits from the Games, provide the authority with an appropriate degree of flexibility in preparing a transport and mobility strategy and Games coordination plan, and entering into a funding agreement with the state. Ensure the authority's board contains an appropriate number of members and regional representation to enable the authority to carry out its functions effectively. Streamline the process to appoint the authority's board, directors, interim chief executive officer and chief executive officer. To assist this function, the authority's board of directors will have at least one regional representative. This is all about ensuring that regional perspectives are part of the 2032 Games planning. The authority is now conducting the 100-day review and is due to provide its final report to the Queensland Government by 8 March 2025. In performing its functions, the authority will be required to ensure the Games deliver legacy benefits for regional areas. The review will identify the infrastructure required to fulfil the Games vision while aligning with long-term planning, budget priorities and legacy objectives. Important areas of focus will include integration across venues, transport systems, athlete villages and precincts, as well as governance, while evaluating demand, affordability, deliverability and overall impact to maximise social, economic and environmental outcomes. In accordance with the terms of reference issued by the Queensland Government, the review has been informed by a public submission process which closed on the 10th of January 2025 and targeted consultation with stakeholders. Over 5,000 submissions have been received by the authority, making for a comprehensive review and demonstrating the interest of the community and stakeholders in being part of this critical review. The Queensland Government has made a commitment to all Queenslanders to deliver statewide long-term legacy outcomes that are delivered in time and within the $7.1 billion allocated funding envelope agreed between the Queensland and Australian governments to be shared on a 50-50 basis. The Queensland Government also remains committed to ensuring the Brisbane 2032 Organising Committee delivers on its responsibilities within its cost-neutral budget. With under 8 years to go, it is paramount that we have a clear plan for the Games, which achieves positive, lasting outcomes for Queensland, Australia and the broader region. Thank you all for your time today, and we look forward to answering your queries and assisting you further with the committee's inquiry.
Thank you very much for that, Mr Horrigan. I'm going to go to Senator Mackenzie first.
Thank you, and thank you very much also to the Queensland Government for actually conducting the review and making sure it's quick. I just had some quick questions on the Sunshine Coast Rail project from Biwa to Maroochydore. It's been over 3 decades in the making. You're all aware of it, and also its role with the Paralympic and Olympic Games. I'm just wanting to understand how far the planning on stage 1 of the project to Caloundra is, and then stage 2 and stage 3, which would get us to Maroochydore.
I thank the Senator for the question, and I will pass to my colleague on that. That is quite a detailed question which we may have to come back to you on, but I'll just see if my colleague would like to add anything on that.
Thank you. Leah Kelly from Department of State Development, Infrastructure and Planning. So the Department of Transport and Main Roads is undertaking planning activities to ensure that we are well placed to provide transport networks and services necessary to support the world's biggest sporting event. In relation to the Sunshine Coast Direct Rail project, Sunshine Coast is one of South East Queensland's fastest growing regions and the largest urban area. They're not directly connected, so the direct rail connection will improve the local and regional connectivity. You asked a question about stages, so it is planned that Sunshine Coast Direct Rail will be delivered progressively in stages. Specific status on those may be better directed to the Department of Transport and Main Roads, but stage 1 includes protecting the updated rail corridor, delivering a dual track line to Caloundra, pre-delivery work and a commitment to working with industry to explore opportunities to accelerate delivery of the rail line to Batinia, enhance bus network to ensure communities around the Sunshine Coast have convenient and reliable connections to stations and new active travel options.
And I think, Senator, if I may, just before you go on, Mr Horrigan might like to add something as well?
Yeah, thanks, Senator. Just from GEICA's point of view, we are required to have a look under the terms of reference around the transport requirements.
Yes.
And we've engaged some so we're obviously talking to TMR and going through their modelling and going through where they are in their contract stages on sort of our top 10 or 15, 20 projects. So we are engaging with them, but to be honest, we're not just taking them at their word. So we've engaged some independent experts and they're drilling through those. I think there was some recent press that certain people are waiting for what we have to say. Well, we'll have something to say, but it will be informed by those independent experts, not just by TMR.
Excellent, because we did hear from the AOC this morning, and I'm sure your staff would have been watching in to make sure you're appropriately briefed before you rock up. So there still is the plan for beach volleyball for 12,000 people to be attending. That it's not your understanding that that's changing as an outcome that these transport networks have to support?
The answer is no, with a slight caveat. The actual finalisation of events and sports and where they're going to be is next year with the IOC and Brisbane 2032 organising committee. So there's a little bit of balancing to be done, but I can't speak for them, but I wouldn't expect that that's one that's going to move. At any rate, we will be using Sunshine Coast to the maximum amount we can.
Yeah, excellent. I just wanted to understand, because you're right, there's been a bit of concern around this project and it being delivered. There's been costs that to get to the rail to Maroochydore would be as much as $20 billion. Is that a cost that you are prepared to verify, or you want to wait for that more detailed work?
I definitely want to wait. David Hourigan doesn't know the answer yet.
Yes. All right. Well, I just also wanted to ask, I know the new government has been quite forward-leaning on ensuring value for money for the Queensland taxpayer, which the Commonwealth taxpayer will be thankful for. Just wanting to understand funding arrangements. Is the Commonwealth arrangement into partnering with the state government on these projects, is it still a capped, despite the change of government, it is still a capped amount?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's 2.5 million capped from the federal government, directed solely to the Brisbane Arena project. And then we are 50-50 on 1.87 billion for what we call the minor venues, which is an interesting term because some of them are worth hundreds of millions, but to the projects that aren't the major stadia or the arena.
Okay, and the transport infrastructure to support these facilities?
Yeah, that's separate.
That were spruiked as legacy pieces in and of themselves at the time?
Yeah, so they're separate. The transport costs are separate to the 7.1 billion, which is the overall envelope for us.
Yeah.
But as I said, the terms of reference allow us to look into it and I guess advise government on what transport is required so that the games can run properly.
Absolutely. The BPIC decision around infrastructure, will that also extend to ensuring the CFMEU's involvement in the rollout of these infrastructure projects is minimised?
Thanks for the question. I'll just pass that to my colleague, Ms. Kelly.
Thank you. So, as I'm sure you're aware, the Queensland Government has moved quickly to temporarily suspend BPICs, which responded to industry concerns and is proposed to boost productivity and reduce construction costs through increased market competition. And that's hoped to allow subcontractors, particularly small and family businesses and regional firms, a greater chance in securing work projects. That suspension will continue until the Queensland Productivity Commission undertakes its review of the Queensland building and construction industry, and the government has responded to those findings.
Will you have started facilities for the Queensland Olympics before that's handed down? Is that your anticipated timeline?
I think, Senator, at this stage, without the outcome of the recommendations from the 100-day review and government's decision on those recommendations, it's difficult to give you an answer on the alignment of those timings. But certainly, I know it's something that we're conscious of aligning as we move forward.
And whilst that review is undertaken, the suspension involves the temporary removal of those industrial relations best practice principles on all new major projects, those that have not yet reached the procurement stage, and projects in procurement where future stages have not been finalised. So that will apply whilst any review is also undertaken.
Okay, right. So those projects that are in the planning stage or prior to planning, it will be that framework that you've just outlined won't be applied. Okay. I just wanted to ask a question about the Bruce Highway duplication. The previous federal government and state government committed to a joint venture contract model that ensured the Tier 1 contractor was able to work with and upskill a Tier 2 contractor, thereby building local capacity and saving the Queensland taxpayer $300 million. Is this sort of type of procurement model where you can actually build capacity further down the supply chain for those small to medium contractors, something that will be applied to the Olympic infrastructure?
Yeah, I can't speak specifically to the Bruce Highway example. It's Mr. Hourigan if he wants to take that on.
The only thing I'd say about that, Senator, is we are super keen on getting Tier 2 players into as much of this activity as we can, which brings a whole suite of benefits, some of which you might have already touched on, but also on the large projects, we're getting a lot of international players looking to come over and either expand or come for the first time and do the significant work the Olympics has, but also get the cachet of having delivered Olympic projects. So I guess it's kind of two. We're targeting Tier 2 for those minor venues, the 1.87 billion, and then looking at a whole lot of different providers that might be able to do some of the large stuff as well.
And just to build on that comment, the terms of reference for the 100-day review does specifically outline looking at those procurements, staging strategy, delivery models, including those that can encourage private investment and evaluating and enhancing that industry capacity.
So it's a whole of government approach to infrastructure, not specifically your land transport piece. Is as I understand what you've just said, that philos permeates all the contractual arrangements that are going to be undertaken.
Very keen to understand any ways that productivity can be enhanced. Certainly the Queensland Productivity Commission review will consider a whole range of opportunities, but in individual projects.
I just want to go quickly to the stories late last year about the blowouts for Brisbane Arena and other minor venue blowouts. Just wanting to understand when the Minister was made aware of the cost blowouts when it comes to those specific facilities, the athlete villages, the transport upgrades, etc.
Sorry, Senator, are you talking about prior to the election or post the election? Post. Thank you.
So the new Queensland Government has made public statements around cost pressures being experienced, as you're aware, on Brisbane Arena and also on some minor venues projects that had commenced procurement prior to the Queensland Government election. So on those, we provided briefings to the incoming government on projects that are still in investigation phase. The Brisbane Arena joint business case is still ongoing, and there is work being undertaken to look at the reference design, cost, delivery model and all of those aspects. The joint business case is not yet concluded, but they may be able to elaborate. Work is ongoing to look at that design and the cost estimate. For the minor venues programs that had announced cost pressures, updated estimates were provided to the government, but then procurement has been paused during the 100-day review to enable a review of.
So the Deputy Premier has made it clear that he will be transparent with the Queensland public around cost blowouts, etc. I guess given the partnership between the Commonwealth government and the state government, I'm interested to understand how that's going to work if one party is going to be transparent. Is the other party similarly, has there been a commitment to that level of transparency around costs, or is that onus only on the Queensland government?
Senator, if I may, I think obviously the 100-day review is going to go a long way to addressing what may or may not need to be changed for executive government's consideration, and then ultimately executive government will set the approach to how we move forward from there. So from my perspective, that question is a question that the executive government needs to answer. We can't answer that on their behalf.
Sure. I've got estimates in a couple of weeks. I'll ask them. Thank you. I'm sorry I have to leave it there, Chair, and I appreciate everyone's attendance.
No problem.
Look forward to a great Olympics.
No problem, Senator Mackenzie. I'll go to Senator Elman-Payne.
Thanks very much, Chair. Hi, folks. Thanks for being here, appearing in front of the committee this afternoon. Just in relation to the comment made earlier about the IOC and BRIS 2032 making the final decision on venues in 2026, what is the date for that final decision?
Senator, it's actually sports, not venues. This is where the overlap is. We nominate venues that we believe can help fulfil the game, sir. And in the meantime, they're saying, well, initially we have beach volleyball here, we have weightlifting there, what have you. We'll come out, the government, will come out with its preferred list of venues and what have you. And then in 2026, I think it's around mid-2026, the IOC and the coordinating authority for Brisbane 2032 will say, yes, this is where all the sports will be. It's pretty unusual for there to be mass changes, but we stay pretty closely linked in the meantime.
Okay. All right. I just want to go to the host agreement and specifically item 15.3 in that agreement to which the state is a signatory. And that's the clause that says that where there has to be new permanent venues constructed, the hosts need to ensure that they're not located in or adjacent to statutory nature, cultural protected areas or World Heritage sites. And it's my understanding, both from reporting and other evidence that we've received in prior hearings, that the government is considering building several new permanent venues within Victoria Park. Now, if that's going to be the case, those proposed locations are almost entirely locations on the Queensland Heritage Register. My understanding is that it's entry number 602493. That being the case, it would seem that using the host contract's words, those venues would be in statutory culturally protected areas. And I also understand that there has been an application filed to extend that heritage protection to the remainder of Victoria Park. So it would seem to me that the proposal to build venues in Victoria Park would actually violate item 15.3 of the host contract. Given that context, is Queensland or the Queensland Government going to rule out building any venues in Victoria Park given item 15.3?
Senator, I might start answering that from a Queensland Government perspective. So just to be very clear, there's definitely no decisions being taken around any venues. We are all very excitedly waiting the outcome of the 100-day review and those recommendations. But matters that you've raised there are matters that would ultimately feed into decision-making and recommendations and then government's review of those recommendations. So I think if your point is is all of that material relevant? The answer is yes, but there's certainly no decision being taken on ruling anything in or out so that the reviewers get the opportunity to look at all aspects, including those sort of considerations that you raised. But I might pass Mr Hourigan if you'd like to add to that.
Yeah, thanks, Senator. To be honest with you, in an environment like Brisbane and South East Queensland, there's not a single area we're looking at where there aren't warts, not necessarily environmental, but localities, Indigenous issues, all sorts of things pop up, let alone connectivity with transport and all the rest. So when it comes to Vic Park, yes, it is under consideration, but like a whole suite of other options, and it will be presented to the board with the pros and cons of those. Now, when that happens, some of the cons are going to rule things out, some are going to rule them in. I'm not saying that Vic Park is going to make it through or not make it through. That is not finished yet. We're still analysing all of the venues, but I can assure you our job is to give the board all the pros and cons of any venue. They make their decision, and then the Queensland Government makes its decision on whether to actually go ahead with those.
I guess, and I understand that process, I guess what I'm hearing is it hasn't been ruled out, and I guess the next question that I have then is it the case then that no one needs to adhere to the host agreement? Because the host agreement seems pretty clear that you can't build in statutory culturally protected areas under the agreement, but what I think I'm hearing you saying is that's just one of the things in the mix.
It is, and we would have our legal people have a look at that and give us a definitive answer on the agreement, your comments, and whether that definitively rules Vic Park in or out.
Okay. Would that be a similar case then in relation to 15.1 and 15.2 of the host agreement around it being a climate positive Olympic and Paralympic Games? And I guess I'm thinking in terms of, given the rewilding that's taken place in Victoria Park, given its significant green space, taking out that green space would obviously not be climate positive. Is that another factor that's being taken into consideration?
Absolutely. So all the green aspects will go into the pros and cons that are presented to the board as well. That'll be a significant part of it. Okay.
So if I understand it correctly, at this point in time, the government's view is that, in particular, item 15.3 in the agreement is potentially able to be gotten around if the lawyers say so, and it doesn't rule out Victoria Park.
Sorry, Senator, if I can just speak on behalf of the Queensland Government, that is not what we are saying. What the Queensland Government committed to, and through the 100-day review, was a complete review of all of the options that had been brought forward, and GICA were stood up, and an independent board was stood up to undertake that 100-day review to contemplate all of those aspects. So no one's saying anything about stepping around any parts of the contract. I think what I heard was that there are aspects of the contract that need to be noted when the independent board is deliberating on what the different options look like.
Okay, my apologies. I thought I heard the comment was that the lawyers would take a look at it and see if that meant that you couldn't include Victoria Park.
Very good. Might like to add to that, but I think what I heard was that there would be a process of validation of the contract and the term in that contract. We don't have it before us here, and neither are we, the lawyers of our respective organisations. So I think good prudence would be to just double check that, and I'm sure that Mr Hourigan's team will do that in the course of their deliberations. But I don't think that's not trying to step around a contract. It's just trying to make sure that everyone's got real clarity about what the not only what is stated, but the intent of that statement.
2030, is 2032 the first games to be held under the new or awarded under the new norm?
It's certainly held up as the beginning of the new norms. I think the IRC is transitioning towards this for some time, but certainly we are very cognizant that, as the IRC would put it, the games are to fit in the city, not the city fit the games. So we're certainly all looking at it from that perspective. And I think if we can all reflect back on the original bid material, which I certainly wasn't here for and wasn't part of, the bid was very much based and grounded in the fact that much of what was being proposed was required anyway for the future growth of Queensland. And as many would remember, transport was one aspect of that. And so certainly I think the new norms and the IRC's approach to those has been great, but again, evolving. And if I can, make the point that climate positive, which was the term used widely in a lot of the material, while continuing to maintain its climate action ambitions, the International Olympic Committee's Executive Board agreed in 2023 to use the term more sustainable than climate positive in its own operations. And that really goes to the growing concern internationally that terms like climate positive and climate neutral are used too readily by organisations who then fail to deliver against those benefits. So we're certainly all very committed to that, but I guess that's just a couple of little points to touch on there as well.
Yeah, look, I take your point on 15.1 and 15.2, and people can interpret that term in a number of ways. I guess just coming back to 15.3, I mean, the terms of that clause verbatim are where new permanent venues need to be constructed, the host National Olympic Committee and the organising committee shall ensure that they are not located in or adjacent to statutory nature, cultural protected areas or World Heritage sites. That seems pretty cut and dried to me, but I guess what I'm hearing is if it's decided that venues are going to be constructed in Victoria Park and the IOC then gives that a tick, then that gives us a fairly good indication of how much stock we can place in the new norm and the requirements of the host agreement.
Senator, I'm not disputing your recount of that clause. I guess fundamentally it's a hypothetical at the moment though, because no decision's been made on anything.
I understand that, and I guess my original question was, will the government, given that clause, rule out Victoria Park? What I'm taking away from this is nothing's in or out at this stage.
Correct.
All right, thank you. That's all, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Robin-Payne. I've just got a few others as well. Look, I might just start there on Victoria Park. I understand that obviously nothing has been decided, but given the time frames now in front of us, I just want to get an understanding of what work is being done, perhaps just to de-risk it. My understanding is that there's quite significant Aboriginal heritage at Victoria Park, that there's a place known as York's Hollow, which was a significant meeting, trading ground for Aboriginal peoples. Is there any surveys being done, or have they been done in the past about these items of Aboriginal heritage?
Thank you for the question. I'm just looking at colleagues who might have to come back to you on that one, or do we have...
I'm Damon Hall, Executive Group Manager, Infrastructure and Services with GICA. Current assessments of all venues are taking into account existing surveys, in some cases some new work. In respect of Victoria Park, certainly there's been a range of cultural and other assessments as part of the master plan for Victoria Park undertaken by Brisbane City Council. And others. So that information can be drawn on as part of the 100-day review. As colleagues have mentioned, there's still quite some time to go in respect of the 100-day review, and further analysis will be required, and then inform the board in consideration of not only that matter, but many others as it relates to a stadium site or indeed a stadium delivery approach. So it's certainly one of the elements, and drawing upon previous studies.
But I just wanted to clarify then, there's no sort of getting ahead, if you like, work being done at the moment saying that Victoria Park may be a location, so let's start some heritage surveys, even in broader environmental assessments. That's not being done right now?
No, Senator.
Okay. All right. I suppose the other question here is that it's been put to me by others that in recent Olympics, most of the major venues have been further away from a city than Victoria Park would be, certainly in London and Paris. Is there Is there enough room there? That was always my concern with the Gabba. This committee had some concerns about the Gabba, that it was just a bit congested. Has there been an assessment done on whether there's the space there at Victoria Park to properly hold the games, it being very, very close to the middle of a city?
As mentioned in response to the previous question, there's a whole range of considerations that go into a stadium siting location. As colleagues have mentioned, one of those is transport connectivity. Others would certainly be space, not only in its mode of ultimate operation, which could be for a football code or cricket and the like, but indeed the games requirements, which have specific overlay front and back of house requirements. So all of those certainly go into part of the broader consideration of an appropriate site for the games. That had been tested as part of the previous work on the Gabba, and we've been able to draw upon that, and also further consultations with the likes of the Brisbane 2032 Organising Committee around the spatial requirements to really test a number of these sites. That work's ongoing. We still have quite a period of time with the 100-day review, and all of that will be made available to the board as part of their broader consideration of siting locations.
Okay. Look, just moving on, just to the matter of benefits to regional and remote Queensland, I was very happy to see that's a central element of the 100-day review. But could I know it's just general, but could I get an understanding of what the Queensland Government's approach here is to try and deliver benefits to regional Queensland? With all respect to the sporting bodies earlier, I didn't get the feeling that there's a great focus on that, and I know some of them are making supplementary submissions, but is there anything you can add to insight to us to how the new Queensland Government is approaching this question?
Sure. Do you want me to start? Well, I'll have it. I'll start from the Queensland Government. Yeah, so from a Queensland Government perspective, there was a $250 million Games On commitment, which is about improving everything from change rooms, lighting, fields, right across Queensland, and that program will begin to roll out, with some announcements in due course. Also, I think, and again, Mr. Hourigan will speak about this in a moment, the terms of reference have been very clear in the expectations of what the review will consider and where regional Queensland can play a part and where the games make sense to play a part in regional Queensland. And of course, and I did hear earlier from previous people who joined the inquiry talking about training camps and other things. So there's a history of these things occurring already. The opportunity is, and things like the Games On initiative will allow to support that further. So I think I might just throw to Ms. Kelly from a Queensland Government perspective, and then sorry.
Thank you, Leah Kelly. Certainly the government is keen to look at those benefits in tourism and trade, volunteering and other aspects that the Games can bring. And the importance of regional Queensland was also emphasised with the amendments to the Brisbane Olympic and Paralympic Games Act, providing that at least one director be a regional Queensland representative, ensuring that those regional perspectives are part of Games planning.
Okay. Is that director been appointed? The regional director? Who is that?
Yeah.
So Jamie Fitzpatrick was appointed, a highly respected leader in North Queensland, and Lawrence Langini is also...
Oh, yeah, okay. And can I just clarify then, under the current plans, what are the events that will be held in regional Queensland?
Yep, so Senator, at the moment there's football preliminaries in Cairns and Townsville. There is, what were the others? Scenic Rim is down at the moment for rowing, and others could be in the mix depending on who comes forward with venue ideas that we've received.
Okay, I love my friends down at Scenic Rim, but I'm not so sure if I'd classify them in regional Queensland. Now, and just on that, as I've said to others, I have an interest here, obviously, putting forward my own submission to have the Flatwater events in Rockhampton. But can I clarify, at the moment, is there a particular plan or proposal around an athletes' village, or where will the rowers and canoers stay if Warralong is to proceed as the venue?
Yep, thanks, Senator. So at the moment, what was put forward was Coralbin would be the village. I think I said before, everything we're looking at has warts on it. It has some warts on it, and so we are providing a range of options and investigating a range of options that might give more scope to the board should Wyaralong proceed. But at this point, Wyaralong is not selected. There are a whole range of options that we're looking at, including yours and the Rockhampton City Council's proposal to have the rowing up there. So they'll all go through the same process. They'll all be, run through a multi-criteria analysis, and they'll all be presented with the pros and cons.
Okay. Is there a plan, and look, you tell me what you can, but is there a plan for what would happen to any athletes' accommodation at Coralbin after the Games? What would be the legacy of that?
The current proposal for the Athlete Village at Coralbin is proposed to be a temporary overlay solution. And as the CEO mentioned, both venue considerations, Athlete Village, locations, connectivity and legacy, as well as a range of other matters, are subject to the 100-day review considerations.
Okay. Look, one other aspect, just moving on. From a tourism perspective, I suppose someone up in regional Queensland very keen to use the Games to sell and market the Great Barrier Reef as much as possible. Is there a particular plan for that at the moment, or work being done about how we could promote what is perhaps the best natural asset of Queensland to the world?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. The Queensland Government is in the throes of developing up a 20-year tourism strategy out to 2045. And from briefings I've had, certainly 2032 is a key moment, not only because there will be a significant increase in visitors, but I think the projections are that 50% of the international visitors will disperse into regional Queensland as well. So it's certainly on everyone's radar as they're developing that strategy, and I'm very certain, based on my previous experience in Queensland Government and working with organisations like the wonderful Tourism Events Queensland, that will be at the forefront of their mind as they work on how they best market that particular region, but in fact all of Queensland, working with all of those regional tourism organisations. So it's a real opportunity that everyone's identified, and as they form up that plan, I think we'll be in a really good position to capitalise on the opportunity.
Look, thanks for that. It was great to hear. And I just want to finish where Senator Mackenzie started earlier on the Sunshine Coast Rail. I mean, has the Queensland Government done any updated costings themselves of how much getting to stage 3 would be through to Maroochydore? Or maybe what is the most recent costing that's been done?
I think that'd have to be a question that we take on notice and direct to the Department of Transport.
No problems at all. Thank you for that. If there are no other questions...
Can I ask...
sorry, Senator Allman-Payne, one more from you.
Yeah, just one quick question. And you'll have to excuse me because I'm not au fait with all of the language that you're using. Just in relation to Warralong Dam and Senator Canavan's question around where athletes would be accommodated, you talked about a temporary overlay. Does that mean at the moment that would be temporary accommodation? Is that what that means? Okay, so I guess a final question that I have, given that you've talked about all the things that have to be taken into account, considered in the mix, is whether there will be a permanent accommodation solution given the lack of housing that we currently have. Is that a factor in determining appropriate venues?
Yeah, certainly legacy outcomes are a really important consideration, and you mentioned housing. There are a number of other factors that are considered depending on the location of venues, athlete travel times and other matters, but certainly that's part of what the review board is considering.
Okay. So it would seem a great loss given we're in a housing crisis to actually have houses that we then take down. So thank you for that clarification. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Allman-Payne, and thanks... Sorry, did we...
Sorry, the witnesses are on their way.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay, look, thank you. Well, thank you once again for appearing, and as I said, so we really do appreciate your engagement in this committee. We know we can't force you to do that, but you've done so in a good faith way, and it's been very helpful to our work. I think there were one at least question taken on notice. We are asking for that back by Friday, the 21st of February, if you could do that. Thanks again, and enjoy your weekend.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Yeah, we're just going to suspend while we track down the next witness.
We know where they are.
Okay. Yep, okay, cool. All right, well, we'll get started as soon as we can, because then we can leave as soon as we can. Everybody ready? Okay, all right, I'll reconvene this hearing, and I now welcome representatives from the Australian Sports Commission, the Department of Health and Aged Care, and the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications and the Arts. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to committees has been provided to you. And as I've stated before, just remind everybody that we have resolved not to ask officers of a Commonwealth department about opinions on matters of policies, and officers will have an opportunity to refer questions to other officers or to a minister if they would like to. For the record, could everyone please state their names and the capacity in which you appear today? I might start with you, Mr Medleycott, and then go down the table.
Thank you. Robert Medleycott. I'm the General Manager of High Performance Strategy and Performance Support at the Australian Sports Commission.
Great.
Travis Haslam, First Assistant Secretary, Office for Sport, Department of Health and Aged Care.
Great.
Carolyn Patterson, Assistant Secretary, Office for Sport, Department of Health and Aged Care.
Okay.
Jessica Hall, Deputy Secretary, Infrastructure Group, Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications and the Arts.
Yep, need to shorten that title. Yep.
Bill Brummett, Assistant Secretary, Queensland and 2032 venues, same place as Jess.
Yep, fair enough. Fantastic. Now, we've had your submission, but it's been a little while since we've had you at this committee. Does anyone have an opening statement to make? No? All good. Well, I might start there. As I say, it has been a little while and some things have changed. I think we perhaps haven't had you since the independent governance board was re-established. So I might just start. What is the situation at the moment between the relationship between the federal and state governments around the organisation of games, the governance of it? How is that working? And I can't ask you a matter of opinion, but is everything going smoothly associated with that?
Yep. Senator, I'll start with that. Yep. Thank you. So the independent review announced by the Queensland Government is obviously clearly underway, and noting the questions that you just engaged with Queensland Government and that independent body, GICA. From a Commonwealth perspective at officer level, the work has continued through the usual governance groups and engaging both with the Queensland Government. There's also been engagement directly with the reviewers in relation to the work that they're undertaking, and it's progressing to ensure that we can help in our way as a partner for the delivery of the Games in all the ways that are required, whilst that report is being developed for the Queensland Government.
Okay. No one else wants to make a comment? So just drilling down, I mean, what's the Commonwealth Government's role in the 100-day review? Is there any formal process or involvement that you have?
Senator, I'll defer to Ms Hall in a moment, specifically in relation to infrastructure, but from an Office of Sport perspective, as I said, we've engaged directly with them. The terms of reference are clear. There has been a submission made by the Department of Health and Aged Care and the Department of Infrastructure together. Yep. There has been meetings held with board members and reviewers related to the review, as well as officials, and likewise there has been meetings held between ministers and board members and Queensland Government as well. So there is ongoing engagement at all levels in relation to the review and the decisions that will be presented to the Queensland Government when that review is finished. Okay.
Nothing to add. Could we get a copy of those submissions? Is that okay?
Certainly, we can provide you a copy of the submission.
That would be, I think, very helpful for us. Thank you. Office has been a lot of reporting around cost blowouts in the last few months. Has there been any discussions between the state and federal governments about the $7.3, I think, billion envelope and whether that still is going to be held to?
The 7.1.
7.1, sorry, okay.
Yes, there have been Jessica Hall, Deputy Secretary, the JICA or GICA authority has reached out and asked us questions around the 7.1 billion, and they are very conscious that they're trying to work within that envelope. They're just still doing exploratory work at the moment, so we're not the only people that they've been speaking to.
Yeah. And so that still remains a 50-50 contribution at this stage to that. I mean, I don't think it would shock anyone to think that might not be stuck to at the moment. I mean, given inflation and other things. One of the particular things that does seem to have blown out or maybe not been costed before was the Athletes Village. There's been reporting that it's gone from apparently only $155 million allocated to billions, 3.5, I think, from memory. Are those figures, like, is that part of the 7.1 billion? That's not.
Bill Brummett, Assistant Secretary. No, the Athletes Village or the funding for villages is a matter for Queensland. It's not part of. So
they've got to fund that completely.
That's completely separate to the IGA.
Yep. Okay, all right. Has the federal government taken a particular position on some of the major venues, say the Victoria Park Athletics sort of proposal, the Brisbane Live venue or the swimming? Is there, in your submissions, have you done that, or are you taking a venue agnostic approach here?
So the Australian government, in regards to what it's committing for its our contribution, is obviously the arena. And then the minor venues. So what the Queensland Government might choose to do in regards to their broader stadiums is part of the consideration for the Queensland Government.
Okay. So there's no particular view. You haven't said the Australian Government prefers this one or that one. No. You'll wait to see what they do in this regard. Okay. Look, I have more questions, but I might go to Senator Elman-Payne and then continue considering how much time we have.
I think my question may have just been answered in your last question, Chair, but I'll just double check. So is it the case that the federal government funding, regardless of the outcome of the 100-day review, will be limited to the arena and the minor venues?
That's the agreement that we have with the Queensland Government, yes. Okay,
all right. That's all, Chair.
That's it. Okay. All right. Well, that's quick. I think we might get an early knock-off this afternoon. But I'll go to the Sunshine Coast Rail now. You probably heard some stuff about that earlier. There's been reporting that the completion of that, if you like, the stage 3 of that would be up to $20 billion now. Has the Australian Government, presume the Department of Infrastructure, seen those figures? Have there been any extra information provided to you about the cost of Sunshine Coast Rail?
So Sunshine Coast Direct Rail was assessed by Infrastructure Australia, as you know, probably sometime last year, when the Australian Government made a commitment for its a staged approach based on the advice from IA and from TMR at that particular time. to build from, basically Brisbane to Caloundra, and there was definitely a view that building the rest of the railway line could not be done in time for the Olympics.
Right, okay. But nothing new has come to the Australian government since that time from the Queensland government? No. I'm sure you've seen the reporting about the $20 billion figure, but is that something that you've been provided any information about, or you've just noticed the reports?
Yeah.
Senator, that number you're referring to was mentioned in a report that was released that was, I think, done by essentially a group of Sunshine Coast concerned Sunshine Coast residents, and covering the whole alignment to Maroochydore, and from what I've read, it was a ballpark. Yeah, it was their estimate, or an estimate of one or two alleged experts. I don't know who they were, but that's the provenance of that $20 billion number. We've been working off the numbers, and including for the $5.4 billion funded commitment to Caloundra, stage one. We've been working off the numbers in the business case that was prepared by TMR ahead of the government's investment decision. Okay,
so you haven't received any detailed engineering costings that would provide evidence for a $20 billion cost to Maroochydore. Okay. And on the Brisbane to Caloundra link, the $5.4 billion, that remains the cost at this stage, and that's committed. What's the timeframes of that?
It's to be delivered ahead of the 2032 Games, and at the moment the initial ROI process closed in December. There's now an EOI process underway. There's a range of geotech type work going on along the alignment at the moment, with a view to having that operational to Caloundra by 2032.
Okay.
And then Queensland will be working on they'll be working on supporting Games infrastructure or Games buses, etc., to manage the venue logistics.
So it's $5.4 billion. How much new rail? Like, what's the length of the rail that's being built for that?
So it's from Biwa to Caloundra. I think it's about, I'll be corrected if I get this wrong, 14 kilometres.
Right. Okay. I'll just chuck in my trusty tool here, Google. Might be 20 odd, I think. But look at that. That's it says 24 by road, but it might be less directly, depending on the route. It's about 20 k's from then Caloundra to Maroochydore. So it just seems a bit strange to me that that's costing $5 billion, but then this extra link is going to be $20 billion in total. That doesn't seem to add up.
We wouldn't be able to comment necessarily on that, Senator. There will be a terrain issue, could be all sorts of things. And we can't put any stock in that figure where we got it from.
Yep, okay. Did you have some more information?
Only that the total length of the line is 37 kilometres.
37?
Yes.
But that's not the part that you commented on.
Yeah.
That's the
total from
Biwa. That's from Biwa to Maroochydore.
37 kilometres.
Which is roughly what we just said then, so 20 k's or so each.
Correct.
Okay, all right. I think that's done. Now, I just had a chat before with the Queensland Government about regional Queensland in the 100-day review. One of the criteria is benefits to regional and remote, or regional and rural Queensland, I should say. Just trying to understand, does the Australian Government have a particular view on that? Is there a criteria for yourselves about any funding that is provided from the Australian Government and how that might need to benefit regional Queensland or other parts of regional Australia, given you represent the whole country?
In terms of, I won't comment in terms of infrastructure and the actual review itself, Senator, but more broadly, it's really important to remember that the Games are beyond Brisbane as well. Brisbane's a focal point, and it's certainly a focus in terms of both legacy consideration but international opportunities to ensure that the Games deliver legacy and benefit both before and after to Queensland, all of Australia and in the region more broadly. So that extends as far as possible, but that's a broader approach for Brisbane 2032, given we're unlikely to have another Games in this region for a very long time. So it's about maximising that legacy. So that's a broader, I guess, comment than the specifics of the review for regional Queensland and any investment in that.
But like, has the federal government set any kind of criteria or statement of expectations to yourself or any other delivery partners about what it wants to see generated out of the Australian government's investment?
Certainly the significance of the investment in infrastructure, and again, colleagues can talk to that, but the Australian government is also investing in a whole range of other ways related to athletes in sports, which is a national impact, remembering that the Games is about the athletes themselves and sports. And I know that if you think in the sport diplomacy or in its broader sense, Minister Wells has engaged with her Pacific sport minister counterparts around her role as Vice President and what they'd like to see Brisbane deliver. So, this far out, there's certainly engagement to think about the broadest aspect of what the Games can be, both for Queensland but Australia, but there isn't specifically, a financial component to that. It's actually looking at it in its broader sense, Senator.
But there's no explicit set of priorities as guiding the federal government's investment in the Games?
So, Minister, again, infrastructure is quite clear in terms of what those venues are, in terms of the $3.435 billion that's being invested in that. The Commonwealth's investment, even year by year now, is going into national sporting organisations, athletes. There's been a commitment to the redevelopment of the AIS here in Canberra, recognising the role that will play in supporting athletes in the lead into Brisbane. So it's looking at it in that perspective.
Okay, I'm just trying to... I don't want to keep repeating myself, but I just want to be clear, because you keep going back to specific investments, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about some broad principles that have been set, particularly given there seems to be a bit of a moving feast, about what should centre the Australian government's priorities about the Games. That's not been written down anywhere or provided to you by the Minister.
I think we've got clarity in terms of the infrastructure investment, Senator, in terms of those priorities, but also Minister Wells has been very clear about making sure we do keep a focus on those broader opportunities that I mentioned more broadly.
Okay.
So I think it's just worth noting that the IGA, which we've actually signed with Queensland, says this is a significant global event. Brisbane 2032 will create a lasting legacy of social, economic and environmental benefits beyond southeast Queensland to regional areas of Queensland and across the nation. So I think there is definitely a legacy issue, that those issues need to be considered when we're looking at venues.
Okay. All right. I do have I wanted to ask earlier, but no one could answer this. The issue with Paralympians that came up earlier in our committee, that with the loss of the Commonwealth Games, it was going to be perhaps an issue, I think, rating or providing opportunities for our Paralympians to qualify for certain things. Do you know what I mean? It's been a long time, so I might be getting my terminologies wrong, but do you know what I'm talking about? And has there been efforts put in place to ensure that Paralympians aren't left behind with us not proceeding with the Commonwealth Games?
I might defer to Mr Medlicott in a second, but I would acknowledge that at previous hearings there was recognition in terms of the importance of classification for para-athletes to ensure that they can both participate more broadly but also at the highest levels. And at the last federal budget there was a doubling of investment for Paralympic sport. Right. And I also think only earlier today the program for the Glasgow Games in full was announced, including significant Paralympic sport, but Mr Medlicott can go into more detail.
Yes, thank you. Through the additional funding from last year, we are partnering up with Paralympics Australia and sports to provide a far more structured and nationalised process around classification, which is the key entry barrier that was identified in a review that we undertook last year. So it is being invested in. There are some very significant programs which are currently just kicking off and starting. So around the country we'll have opportunities for far more thorough, organised, systematic classification to allow Paralympic Paralympians to be identified, to be classified, which is a requirement for them to compete, and then for them to also be funded with opportunities, including an equipment fund. So that's also a barrier. There are a number of barriers to their participation and performance identified, and we're knocking those off through the additional funding.
And look, it might have been remiss of me earlier, I probably should have brought you into the conversation, Mr Medlicott. In terms of the 100-day review, has the Australian Sports Commission been directly involved in that?
No, we're not.
No, you haven't made a submission? Or
No, I don't think so.
Okay. I mean, I suppose I'm particularly interested, there's a lot of focus on the major venues, understandably, but have you put your mind to, or are you having any input into what training facilities are required and whether there's appropriate investment in them for the plans for 2032?
From the perspective of sport-specific venues, sports are the experts, and they, I think, are providing, the guidance in that area. From the training perspective, the investment last year in the redevelopment of a number of parts of the AIS here in Canberra are very significant, and it's a highly utilised campus, 180 to 200 high-performance camps a year, 4,000 odd athletes going through it every year. That's our big focus. We also, though, provide a lot of leadership in the sports sector around key expertise, sciences, medicine, coach development, athlete wellbeing and engagement. So venues aside, our focus is on, leading the national high-performance sports sector, but also providing that support that athletes need in order to perform in the big events.
And what's the time frame for the redevelopment of the AIS? There were some claims that if we were to keep the AIS at Canberra, which I was a big supporter of us doing, that could interrupt the preparation for 2032 because you'd be redeveloping things at the same time. We need to prepare people. So what's the situation there?
It was referred into the Public Works Committee in November of 24. Right. Submissions closed on the 24th of January, just gone. We are in the process of procuring a project director who will lead that process, and we're undertaking an early contractor involvement procurement method subject to Public Works Commission. So it's underway.
When you submission to Public Works, when are you going to finish it? When is everything going to be ready?
We have completed our submission.
I meant the actual
the project.
When's everything going to be built?
Work aiming to be commenced in the second half of 2025 and to be completed mid-27.
Okay, so there's ample time to continue preparations.
Yes.
Will there be some interruption to training at the AIS during the redevelopment?
No, there shouldn't be, because the location of the facilities that are being built are not demolishing other things.
So what will happen to the old facilities? Will they eventually be demolished then, or once the new ones are up?
A number of the existing facilities will certainly be retained. The aquatic type areas are quite fit for purpose and good quality. There are a number of indoor venues. The primary challenge is accommodation. It was built in the 80s and it's not fit for purpose. It's not well para-accessible. But the accommodation will be built. So
I remember that old accommodation, is that going to be sold off, or you don't know yet?
It won't be sold off, but it'll be worked through in this process.
Okay, all right. Now, just returning to more general matters, when was the last meeting of the Brisbane 2032 Organising Committee?
Senator, the organising committee has met 12 times. The last meeting was on 6 December. The next meeting is scheduled for April this year.
Okay, so is the committee, is it a regular scheduled committee meeting sort of every 3 or 4 months? Is that the...
I think, a little bit more frequently than that, but I think at least quarterly based on what I have.
Right, okay. I believe Greg Norman's been appointed to the committee, is that correct?
Yes, Senator. The Commonwealth, as part of our arrangements with the Queensland Government and the committee, provides 4 nominees. Mr Norman has been nominated by the Prime Minister to the Premier in line with the legislation and those requirements, and obviously it would be hopefully all resolved so that he can attend that April board meeting and fulfil that role.
Okay. Did the Minister ask for the Department's advice on filling that role?
The Minister sought advice on the process and how it was required under the legislation to meet those requirements to enact a new member, given that Mr Perrott MP would be finishing up at the next election, and therefore there would be a vacancy for the Commonwealth to nominate.
Sorry, did the Minister ask for your advice? Like, did she ask you for a proposal, a list of potential people?
We didn't provide a list of nominees.
You didn't provide a list. Did you provide Greg Norman as a potential person?
We didn't provide a list of nominees.
Or any individual? You didn't provide any individual? It was a ministerial decision?
These decisions are those of government.
Okay. And you did confirm Mr Perrott left the board because he was standing down effectively?
Mr Perrott won't be continuing at the next election, and therefore the government's putting in place an appropriate nominee to take that place.
Okay, and well, obviously they've decided not to continue with a Member of Parliament being on the committee.
Yes.
Okay.
Noting Minister Wells is Vice President of the committee in her capacity.
How many additional independent directors have been added to the board since it was first established?
Senator, I'll have to take that on notice, given that OCOG manages their board and there's nominees from the Queensland Government as well as independent members. I'm aware that there's been changes in membership. For example, nominees representing the AOC and athletes have changed in that time, and there has been some turnover. Obviously, the Commonwealth, we've just talked about a change in nominee. However, I'm happy to take that on notice. I think all up, there's around about 23 board members for OCOG, Senator.
Right. Okay. 23. Okay. No, nothing else? You take that on?
Happy to take that on notice. I know that, Senator, there's been 3 or 4 changes that I'm familiar with.
Is Mr Norman being paid for his position on the board?
I'm not aware of that, Senator. That would be a matter between the board directly and Mr Norman.
Would you take that on notice then?
Happy to.
Right. Who pays the costs of the board?
So the organising committee manage their costs in relation to board members. As an example, though, Minister Wells and any other Commonwealth or state employee nominees do not get paid.
Do not get paid. But who ultimately does pay? Is it split between state and federal, or
no? I think that's directly from the organising committee, their own budget.
Yeah, okay. Who provides them their budget, I presume?
The organising committee is independent. We don't fund the organising committee for the Brisbane Games, so they have their own sources of revenue, both through the IOC, sponsorship revenue, and a whole range of other things.
Okay, right. Okay, all right. Well, cancel that request, then you don't have to take that on notice because it's not public funds. I was under the impression it'd be public funds. Okay, all right. I wanted to ask a little bit about public health matters that have been exercised by this last year or so. Is there any plan to use the Games to help promote public health among Australians, improve our performance in that regard?
Certainly, Senator. The Department of Health and Aged Care, working with states and territories and sport partners, has developed a new national sports strategy last year, and that's through to 2034. That outlines a range of goals of sport, both for sport's sake, but sport as a vehicle, in relation to how it can help improve health through preventative means. Certainly, we look at Brisbane as a great opportunity to engage the community in more physical activity and sport in particular. For example, at the moment, there's a whole range of programs such as sporting schools run by the Australian Sports Commission and investment into national sporting organisations to increase activity, but looking at ways to link those and garner the enthusiasm related to Brisbane 2032. It is one of the priorities related to the legacy strategy that has been developed about using the games to increase healthier outcomes and engage more people. And as we get closer, certainly there's going to be a whole range of initiatives that will, I guess, as I indicated earlier, look to leverage the games to have both impact before and after, including through greater physical activity and engagement in sport. Okay, thank you very much. That's good to hear. And look, finally, one question from me. I'm going back. I missed a question. The Brisbane Live venue. There's been reports that there's some of its potential cost blowouts are hidden, if you like, associated with potential increases in, I believe, related transport costs, train transport links to it. Given I think that's the one the federal government's funding, isn't it? The Brisbane Live Arena. What's your insights into that reporting or the discoveries of these costs? Do they get communicated to you by the Queensland government, or are you doing your own assessment of these costs?
Thank you, Senator. These matters in relation to connectivity for the arena are being considered through the joint business case, and fundamentally what the Australian government committed to fund was really the construction of the arena. Right. Obviously, it's important that there's within that plaza area that there's appropriate access to the arena and appropriate pathway through the parklands, etc. But as with any major venue, there are a whole series of sort of flow-on implications into the broader transport network, Raymond Street Station, various intersections and roads, and that they're all being sort of appropriately looked at holistically in the business case, but don't necessarily, all fit within the cost envelope for a commitment to fund a piece of non-sporting legacy for Brisbane. Right.
So the federal government's commitment is for the venue. Is that correct?
Correct.
So these reports, which I'm sure you've seen, about the hidden costs, they relate to matters outside the federal government's commitment, do they?
Yeah, broadly speaking, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay. All right. Are there any other questions from other senators? Going. No worries. Okay. Well, thank you very much for your time. Taking some questions on notice. We're asking for those back by the Friday, the 21st of February. And enjoy your weekend. Thank you. With that brings us to the end of our hearing. Just want to thank everybody. Thank Hansard and the Secretariat and all of the witnesses through this inquiry. Good luck preparing for the Games. Thank you, and I'll adjourn the hearing.
you.